that means, Tally team, I'm taking myself out of viewing the participant box, and I'm going to leave that up to you guys now. Switch hats. And with our meeting coming to order, I wonder if our first vice chair, Josh Vaughn, would be able to please do a quick screen share and share our agenda for the evening. The same one, nothing new and exciting here, that you saw in the call to meeting 10 days ago, and then in the reminder 3 days ago. Pretty basic meeting, but we do have a couple of important guest speakers. We have learned that it's wise to give our guest speakers the most treasured spot first up, because then we are also able to do our very best to stay on time schedule for them. So they will be first this time, which is pretty awesome. I'd like to ask if there are any additions or changes, any corrections to the agenda. I think I did okay on spelling this time, not always my strong suit. Any additions or corrections? Seeing none, we will accept this and adopt this agenda by acclamation. Thank you very much. Next up, as always, we'll take a moment to review the draft minutes from our February meeting. Those minutes were shared with you 10 days ago and 3 days ago. Ricky, am I correct in assuming that you have not heard from anybody with any
that's
questions?
correct.
Great. Thank you for scrolling so carefully, Josh. I really appreciate that. Give us one more chance to look at it.
I see Bryce has his hand raised.
Thank you, Ricky. I appreciate that. Hi, Bryce. Thank you for raising your hand.
Oh, no problem.
You have a question about our minutes.
Madam Chair, I'd like to motion to approve the minutes.
I love this fabulous motion. I see a second out there. Without any objection, I think that we can accept these minutes by acclamation. Bryce, thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. Great. In that case, we can move on, and we are unbelievably slightly ahead of schedule. I'm going to ask my tally crew, my partners in that area, to please give some co-host capabilities to our Director of Elections for all of King County, Julie Weiss, who is our first speaker tonight. And Julie may choose to utilize slides, so I'd love her to be able to share those if she decides. And with that, and poor Hanan has tried to enter the meeting 3 times. We'll just keep clicking, yes, please join us. I'll ask Julie if she's ready to present. Yes?
Yes, good evening, everyone. It's so great to be with you. My name is Julie Wise, and I am your elected Director of Elections. And I'm going to hold off on slides this evening. I just want a little FaceTime with you all. So, Beth, I so appreciate the ask and the invitation. I'm sure no one has any burning questions about elections right now. There's nothing in the news, nothing to see here, right? Yeah. So I am foregoing the slides. I'm going to just talk to you really briefly of sort of what's going on this year with elections. But more importantly, I'd really love to just have a candid conversation, answer any questions you all may have in regarding elections these days. So For 2026, we will not have an April election. That's unusual for King County, but no jurisdictions filed a resolution submitting a ballot measure. So we're going to dive right into candidate filing, and that's going to be May 4th through May 8th. We do have, I think, a pretty snazzy page of information for candidates and for those that are helping support candidates. We've got a candidate manual, a PCO candidate manual. We also are offering online virtual workshops that are coming up just next week. So I bet Kendall or I will throw into the chat here a quick link to our website where you can access all of that. But I want you all to know that we're here for you. I know filing for office and helping those that are can be a daunting experience. And we are here to answer all of the questions. You get a live human being Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 4:30 by calling 296-VOTE. And we're there to support in any way that you all need. I think what's really, of course, top of mind for me and folks in the elections world right now is mail ballots at the Supreme Court with Watson versus the RNC. As we heard the first oral arguments laid out earlier this week. And then, of course, congressional legislation, the SAVE Act. And so I want to make sure we make time for sort of those conversations. What I'll just say sort of in general and broadly speaking is that a day doesn't go by without me being so thankful for being able to run elections in Washington State, where we have so many, and in King County, where we have so many supporters of democracy right here. And it makes this job a lot easier to do. That's for sure. What I also want you all to know is that I've been at it for 25 years. I started with King County elections in 2000, fell in love with the work. Very passionate about, of course, democracy. I loved watching and learning processes and understanding how we can streamline those. And then over the years, about proving to the world and to the country that you can make elections more accessible and it's not at the risk of any security. And our mission, our driving vision at the elections office is to run the most inclusive elections in the country. And our mission is to run accurate, secure, and accessible elections. And we're unapologetic about the accessibility component. We believe in meeting voters where they're at. So when we see things like the Supreme Court case or the SAVE Act that are blatant hits to a proven election system that does not have voter fraud, as the Brennan Center stated, it is more likely to be hit by lightning than it is for one to commit voter fraud. So this continuous narrative since 2016 has a tendency to make me a little bit snarky sometimes these days. But I want you to know that we are poised and ready at the Department of Elections. We are working hard with partners from the Attorney General's office, the Secretary of State's office, our local sheriff, our prosecuting attorney's office, our King County executive, our council members. We have so many great partners with you all. I meet with Beth and her leadership team once a month. And we have so many amazing organizations across the county that I know, and of course, a beautiful group of dedicated, trained, brilliant election administrators that live for this work, that we are ready at anything that comes our way. We really are. And we know that we do that in partnership with folks like you all to get out good messages around if anything changes. So the SAVE Act is, I did a press conference a couple of weeks ago with Senator Cantwell, and be happy to share a link to that video as well. I don't think it seems very likely that it will pass. So, our focus is, of course, if we've heard any of the oral arguments on Watson versus RNC, we're all scared for vote by mail. And if you don't know what that current litigation is, it essentially would change when mail ballots are due to election offices. So if you look back at, we see between 50 to 30,000 voters who got a postmark of election day, which is our current laws and the rules, but received the ballot at the elections office the days after election day, we wouldn't be able to count those if the Supreme Court rules in favor of the RNC for in Mississippi's case, right? And so this would be a huge outreach endeavor that we're ready for. That we would, of course, be using the resources that we have as far as voters pamphlet and ballot packets. We're looking at drop boxes, right? And media communication, as well as leaning on our partners. So I'm going to pause there. I'm not sure. I know I've only got just a little brief time, and you know me and how much I love elections. You get me going, I could be at it for 3 hours. So I'll pause there. I just want you all to know that we're ready to go regardless of what happens. And I know it's exhausting and we can lose hope in times like this with this continuous hits on vote by mail elections. I'm happy to throw stats at you or whatever talking piece. I went to Rotary at 7:30 this morning out in Bellevue. And one of the way I answered a question was, when the president keeps talking about this narrative of vote by mail is fraud and rigged and all of these things, I think that when we talk to folks like that we may come in contact that are kind of buying that, I would beg them to ask the question, then why is vote by mail good enough for him, right? Because this is someone who is voted by mail. It's very common that we see a lot of elected folks in Congress and Senate vote by mail. And so, but I'll pause there. I see hands up. Please, I'll let someone call up whoever was next.
Julie, thank you so much. And thank you for being so accessible to all of us, both in your office, on the floor while we're there as election observers, and then again tonight. And I'd love to call on these first 4 questions, and then we'll take a pause and see how we're doing on time. But first up, and the early hand was our friend Chris Porter from LD34. Hi, Chris. What's your question for Julie?
Thank you so much. Julie, as you may know, I'm an election observer and believe deeply in the system that King County has, and has fiercely argued down detractors from it. I think where I still remain challenged, and it seems like you're ready for just about anything that's coming at you, is the issue around the King Conservation District. And I know it's complicated because other conservation districts around the state won't buy into it. But as I see it now, this borders on taxation without representation, in that everyone does not have a fair chance to have access to this election. And it's not obvious when there's election, or that folks can vote, because it's all managed through a postcard that, try as I might, does not resonate with voters. So I know you've worked hard, but are there any other plans to move this to a general election? Because knocking on people's door, getting them all hyped up for it, and then say, wait for the postcard, isn't working.
Chris, it's so great to hear your voice again. I know we've worked in the past together in your leadership role at KCD. I am still doing the good fight, right? I am still down there in Olympia. I was there again this session, testifying in support of moving the conservation district onto the regular ballot. And I believe we can make it happen. I have hope that we can. I think what we need to do is we need to ask legislators to focus on it being just a King County bill. What that means is that we need to focus on that. If you got 1 million voters or more, is they can run that on the regular elections. I think we need to just, when we get the east side of the state, they're testifying times tens or hundreds of people in opposition of this. We're not going to be able to get movement. So then this has happened before, right? Like, I piloted prepaid postage at King County. Guess what happened? The rest of the state came along, right? We're doing alternate verification pilot right now at King County, because I went to Olympia and I said, let us try other ways to verify voters than just signatures. We've got to get ahead of the future here, folks. They allowed us to do that, so we're piloting. We've got to kind of walk them to it. Let's show them that it's not going to be the end of the world when we get King Conservation District and other conservation districts on the election. The big issue, the big sticking point, is the cost for elections. So we've also got to figure that out. But I think if we make it a King County specific bill, get our legislators on the page to just pass a bill specifically for that, we can do it, Chris. I believe in it.
Thank you, and I'd love to work with you to do that.
Ditto.
Wonderful. Great question, and definitely, definitely a pressing issue. That's a multi-year transformation of that election process. Our next question comes from a new member to our group. Welcome, Rachel, alternate from the 37th LD, Rachel Snell. Hi.
Hi. Thank you. Thank you for the welcome, as always. Julie, thank you so much for your time. I just wanted to circle back because you mentioned a number to call. Was there a number that you were, can you say that again?
Yes. You know what, Kathy and Kendall will pop it into the chat if Julie doesn't have a moment.
It's
There you go.
snazzy. It's 296 vote.
Nice.
I should get a tattoo. I should have got it. That would have been a better tattoo. Okay.
Okay,
296 vote.
Yeah, thank you.
Love it. Wonderful. Thank you.
And that's for all things elections related. We are there. We want to answer your questions. And that's how we, when you hear something and the disinformation spread, right? Come to read the sources that you can trust. That's King County Elections. That's the Secretary of State's office. Any issue, you get someone with a voter registration question, you're at their door, 206-296 vote.
So when you get that fraudulent text message, that looks like either you owe a parking ticket or you need to go vote, call this office first. Call this office first. Hi, Jackie, the wonderful chair of LD33. You have a question for our elections director?
I do. It's back to the Supreme Court case. There was speculation by the judges about the timing impact. Should they go ahead and rule positively in favor of changing it? And the attorneys responded that they thought June would be plenty of time, and that was when they sort of thought when the ruling would be made. And I know that King County has really good resources and really good leadership, but I worry about the rest of the state and really the rest of the country. Is that really time enough to change the voting rules and get ready for such a change?
No, I mean, it's not ideal, right, Jackie? I mean, it's such a great question. It's not ideal. And, SAVE Act and things like this feel very purposeful, right? It's right in front of a federal election, changing the rules. There's nothing fair about that. So my understanding of how it goes is that, again, today, which is Tuesday, sometimes I have to check myself, which is, again, they are doing additional arguments, and Wednesday this week. And that there was notice of that they're expected to announce opinions at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Wow. That's going to start giving us some idea, right? But you're right. I totally agree with you, Jackie. I've heard the same thing. Their actual ruling wouldn't be until June. Well, our primary is in August. So what we're doing is we're preparing for, if you can visualize like your ballot packet, right? We're going to leave empty space that we could spray. So we got the ballot packets all ready to go, that we could spray at the last minute through our vendor some really important information. But you're absolutely right. It's not ideal. June and with an August primary. I will say that some things that bring me hope. We have seen voters turning their ballots in earlier. I'm a data gal, right? We look at the data constantly, and the data is showing us that people are returning their ballots earlier. We're going to have to triple down on that message. Absolutely. We're going to really need to drive people to drop boxes, especially that last week of voting. So it's get a vote plan now. You should be checking your voter registration. Is it all up to date? What's your vote plan? Are you going to return it to a drop box? Preferably that first weekend when you get it, right? And really start getting people geared up for that. In 2020, and I understand it was a pandemic. I get that. We had record number of voters turn out that first week and they had their ballot in hand. I think that we can partner together. Some of the things that we're looking at is, signs at all of the blue mailboxes across King County, the USPS blue mailboxes. We're looking at the data, right? There's about 600 of them. Putting a sign right next to it saying, if it's a week before election day, putting the date or whatever, use a drop box, and then having a QR code that would gear them to the drop boxes instead. So no, Jackie, not ideal on timing. but if we have to do it, I believe we can. And, you know, King County showed up at 75% in the 2018 midterm elections. And we had 87% in our presidential election in 2020. I think that they might be messing with the wrong folks, and we might just turn out in really big, loud numbers because we're so angry about it. We're not going to let anyone, you know, throw out our ballots, but it's going to be hard. And the idea of not being able to count 30, 50,000 ballots, I wouldn't lie to you. It makes me sick and it makes me, you know, really sad. But I think we should be fired up and just, you know, figure out, we'll do, you know, paid advertisements on TV, radio, social media, any way we can get it. We'll do it. Also, a great thing for people to sign up for ballot alerts. You guys, higher turnout, great way for us to contact voters. So we'll put a link in the chat to sign up for ballot alerts. If we can really push that, that would be great too.
Wonderful, wonderful. We are participating in 2 locations for the DNC's Get Out the Vote week at 2 different rallies next Saturday, helping everybody there with an easy QR code to check their registration. Sometimes people move, and to register if you are young or new to the state. So we're hoping to in-person help drive that. And we certainly all will in our personal conversations. I see 2 more questions, then we'll move on to our next speaker, Melina Sherman from No Hate in Washington State. Chris, thank you for your patience while I yammer on. Is one of our vice chairs, Christopher Katz.
Hi. Most of the news, mainstream and even insider news, focuses with regard to the SAVE Act, focuses entirely on verification of citizenship. That aside, what after that scares you the most about what's in there?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I guess that really, Christopher, you're absolutely right. That's been the top of mind for in regards to the SAVE Act that I could think of, you know, you know, elections are supposed to be at the foundation free and fair. It is not free to get a passport or to go and get a birth certificate. And it is not fair to change the rules to elections months before election, right? And so really has been top of mind is the, you know, proof of citizenship. The other thing that calls to mind, and I feel bad to say this out loud because it's sort of self-serving, but do you know that if an election administrator makes a mistake that I could go to prison? That's baked into the SAVE Act. They could sue me privately and send me to prison. How petrified do you think my staff would be by that? I mean, how traumatizing. I mean, election administrators already get death threats and envelopes with fentanyl in it. And now if they make a mistake, because we've never been trained on proving citizenship by looking at, you know, passports and marriage certificates and birth certificates. So the whole thing is meant to intimidate and to create fear, right? So I think just give it right back to them. But Christopher, that's a really great point. I haven't really dug in, I think, or my brain has shifted so much to this Watson versus RNC. It's a really good question. I'm sure there's other aspects of that act. I know my legislative policy guy is going to be like, remember this, and I'm blanking on it right now. But I know it's got a lot of other prongs to it that could be really detrimental. I guess my hope is, again, that the Senate just they don't have the votes for it.
That's my impression as well, as I look at where the majority of passports are concentrated, which districts tend to be, and who that might impact.
Yep, absolutely, right? Yeah.
Yep, perfect.
Yep. Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And our final question for Julie is from our endorsement committee chair, Kat Pipkin.
Hey, Julie, great to have you all here
Kat.
tonight. Thank you so much. Hey, I have a question though. So SAVE Act would only apply to federal legislations. Are states like ours considering decoupling federal from state and local elections to, you know, to preserve our systems? I realize that what the burden of that would be. Just wondering what contingencies you're thinking of.
Yeah, in regards to the SAVE Act, right? If you look at a model out of Arizona is kind of the best thing for us to look at. And they have a bifurcated system, right? Which means that they've got the voter registration rules for state and local elections, and then voter registration rules for federal elections. As an election administrator of 25 years who's done voter registration, has done ballot processing, that sounds like a nightmare, an absolute nightmare. And but I know that the Secretary of State has talked to the ability for us to be able to, you know, technologically be able to do that. And so, yeah, I think you'd look at, you know, two different systems, and then you would look at what kind of ballots are you sending folks. It seems like it would be a lot of confusion and frustration for voters. But I do think that you know, like we saw in Arizona, it can be done. Again, I think the biggest concern here is just this continual disenfranchisement of folks, right? Non-citizens aren't voting. That's not an actual problem. That's not a real thing here, folks. That is a $10,000 fine. That's a Class C felony. That's 5 years imprisonment, and that means you're not going to become a citizen. And I just don't, you guys, in local elections, we're trying to get people to turn out for these elections. We see like 30% turnout in South King County, where I'm from. We're trying to get people to turn out. Where are all these people that are just stealing ballots and committing voter fraud to be able to get registered to vote? I mean, it's just not a problem. It's a solution looking for a problem, or whatever that saying is.
Wonderful. Julie, thank you so much. And Kathy and Kendall, the whole team here to support us. And I promise you that we will all take this back to our LDs and share this good news and this amazing insight that you've given us. You have a view to these things and a background, depth of knowledge that none of us could possibly hold a candle to. And we really, truly appreciate you bringing it to us all tonight. And we promise to spread the good word. Vote early, vote once, vote with pride.
Thank you so much, Beth. I really enjoy working with you all, and just want you all to know that we're available. If that's at LDs or any speaking engagements and outreach opportunities, we love to be out in the community and answer the questions. We love to give tours. We know nothing, really demystifies election rather than a tour of being able to get eyes on the operation. So really appreciate you all and all that you do for the folks here in King County. Thanks for this opportunity. I hope everyone takes care.
Thanks, Julie. Have a great rest of your evening. Long day, 12-hour day for you. Thank you.
Thanks much. Bye.
That was great. We did have one more question in chat about a link to voter alerts. So we will find out and make sure that we share that out to everybody. Oh, actually, Kendall's already on top of it. It's right there in chat. Hooray. Yay. Thank you, Kendall. Next up on our speaker list is an amazing new guest to us. We have yet to meet Milena Sherman, but we're so glad to have you here, who's joining us from No Hate in Washington State. Milena, I'm going to spotlight you and whoop, look, there you are in living color, and ask if you have slides you'd like to share. We can make you a co-host.
Yeah, thank you so much, Madam Chair. Yes, I do have a fairly short slideshow or PowerPoint presentation that I'll give. Before I actually get into that, I'm happy to also introduce myself. So yeah, my name is Melina Sherman. I am the organizing manager with No Hate in Washington State. The PowerPoint will also go into a little bit more of the background of the campaign as well. But for myself, I'm a Seattle native. I grew up in Federal Way. I did quite a bit of work specifically on organizing for LGBTQ, but also trans issues during my time at the University of Washington, Bothell. And then for the past 3 years or so, I had the opportunity to serve within Senator Patty Murray's office in Seattle. And then I joined the campaign here in November. And then let me go ahead and share my screen here.
That is quite a background, Milena. Thank you for bringing all that knowledge and experience.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Sorry, I am not good at multitasking.
It's okay. We are not in a hurry. Take your time.
Okay, can you guys see my screen?
We sure can.
Okay, great. Yeah, this is our little PowerPoint presentation that we typically give here. Let me go to the next slide. These are just a handful of our coalition members. We have over 90 organizations who are now part of the campaign. These are just a handful of them. The main ones that are leading the campaign are Gender Justice League, the ACLU, or excuse me, the ACLU Washington stepped away so we could better, so we could have a little bit more partisan messaging. They're still very much involved. There's also just there was a lot of legal back and forth. So with also if one of the initiatives that I'll get to gets passed, it'll provide them with a better opportunity to strike it down in court. One of the other ones that is still pretty heavily involved in leading the campaign is Planned Parenthood, SEIU 775, Pro-Choice Washington, the Greater Seattle Business Alliance, and UFCW 3000. And then let me go to the next slide here. So the two initiatives that will be on the November ballot this year are 001 and 638. These are just on the right side here, a brief overview of the two initiatives, but the two slides ahead will go into more detail, and so I'll skip forward to them really quickly. So the first initiative, 001, which I nicknamed the Safety Act repeal, for context with that, in, I believe it was 2024 or 2025, I forget off the top of my head, Brian Haywood in Let's Go Washington was trying to push a so-called Parental Bill of Rights bill inspired by a lot of sort of the movements, Don't Say Gay and otherwise, in southern states, trying to push that here. Washington for, or I believe it was 2025, for our presidential election, the legislature, they have three options, and the PowerPoint will go into that in a little bit, to either send the ballot initiative directly to voters, send it to voters, but also with an alternative, or pass the initiative as is within the legislature. So the legislature decided to go ahead and pass the ballot initiative within the legislature during the session, and modify it to mitigate some of the most potentially harmful aspects of the initiative. What this 001 aims to do is to restore that initial language. And so, of course, the consequence of that would be forcing schools and school officials to out LGBTQ plus students, particularly to unwelcoming families and unsupported parents or guardians. The other thing that it would potentially risk doing is also giving certain parents veto power over what's taught in classrooms, particularly quote unquote controversial topics. So again, this goes back to a lot of the Don't Say Gay sort of rhetoric that has taken hold in places like Florida, where LGBTQ topics, civil rights history, etc., are not able to be portrayed accurately or be taught at all. And then, of course, the final one for this initiative as well would be also making it much more difficult for young people to report instances of bullying, of depression, of sexual violence, and things like that to school elected officials as well. For the second initiative that we are fighting against for our November election is 638, and that's the trans sports ban. This one, it aims to ban trans girls from sports, but of course, with the way that the initiative is written, it's going to have much wider ranging ramifications. Specifically, it forces all girls, as it says here, as young as 11, to undergo different exams to essentially prove that they're a real girl. So the three options in the initiative are either one, examinations of their quote unquote reproductive anatomy, or really genital exams. The other two options are either chromosomal testing or hormonal testing. I think a lot of folks, when they see this initiative in particular, what typically comes to mind is, for example, oh, just a simple check of a birth certificate. That is not written into the initiative here. This initiative with the language is much more invasive than that and specifically requires those three options. And of course, that's not even regarding the fact that healthcare is incredibly expensive. And so chromosomal testing or hormonal testing, if anybody has had to do blood work in the past, knows how expensive that can be. And unfortunately, the risks that genital exams will do, again, to minors in potentially vulnerable situations like that. This also as well totally neglects the fact that we have had a policy in place with the WIAA since 2007 to allow trans people to play in sports on a case-by-case basis. So again, the fact that this entire hysteria that is being pushed and trying to be portrayed as very new, this has existed for almost 20 years now. We've had policy in place across the state of Washington. And really, as I'll get to in a second, this is really meant to distract from the fact that Brian Haywood, who is a main person, he's a venture capitalist from California, a very wealthy person, is trying to distract from the fact that he might have to pay taxes in November with the millionaire's tax. And so let me go to that slide as well. This is Brian Haywood. Again, he is a venture capitalist from California. Doesn't really live here in Washington very much, just kind of travels around for publicity stunts, as we've seen, whether it's, I was there when he was turning in signatures at the Secretary of State's office down in Tumwater, but wherever else he is, that's what he usually shows up in Washington for. But otherwise, just like his op-ed in the New York Times, or not his op-ed, but his profile in the New York Times, he said that if it weren't for Washington's low taxes, he would move out of state. These figures are a little bit outdated here, but yeah, he's donated at least $1.5 million. He's also had quite a bit of support from other wealthy folks in Washington, particularly for those of you who may know Kemper Freeman, who's a real estate mogul in Bellevue, who was very instrumental in trying to push back against light rail expansion to the east side. Kemper Freeman donated at least $100,000 for his part. And so, yeah, this is being pushed by the wealthiest folks, again, who will be directly impacted by the fact that there's taxes on the way for them, assuming that, of course, the millionaire's tax holds up to scrutiny in court. So for the signature counts, this is what I was alluding to before. We do know now that the two ballot initiatives will make it onto the November ballot. Specifically for the trans sportsman, that one got 445,000 signatures. So again, well past 324,000 signature threshold. And then for the Safety Act repeal, that one got about 416,000. So both of them very comfortably are making it onto the November ballot, which is why this campaign fight is even more important. And then, as I was alluding to with the legislature's options, the three options that they had, the one that they're choosing to do this time is sending it directly to the November ballot as is, with no modifications or with no alternatives. Let me go to the slide here. Here's how you can help. We have a number of different ways. Also, for those of you who have your phone with you, you're more than welcome to also scan that QR code. I will also put my contact information in the chat here in a moment. If you have any questions, you're more than welcome to either call, text, or send me an email. I'm happy to talk with all of you. But yeah, really what we're looking for right now is, of course, spokespeople. We're also looking for volunteers. We have, and I can also put that in the chat too, with No Kings coming up. We'll be at all the different, or most of the, at least major events across the state, Seattle, Tacoma, and Spokane. So we would love to have you all there. Join us as volunteers. We're also, of course, trying to fundraise. Again, we're being outmatched by all of these millionaire donors. So that's something that we're really trying to fight up against. And I really will also, I should have mentioned this in the prior slide, but Brian Haywood, this is, I think a lot of us are under the assumption that this can't happen here. Washington is a blue state. But the reality is, and I also have a link to that as well, right now with me, and I'm happy to share that here too. Brian Haywood and the similar initiatives that are being pushed, whether it's in Maine or in Colorado, a lot of this is to get a foothold in Democratic states, and create basically a game plan to do this in other states. And this is not just limited to trans issues. I know that's been sort of the big divisive topic or wedge issue that they've been leaning on. But Brian Haywood, even as of a couple days ago, was reposting people glorifying North Idaho, and saying that, they're proud that their local communities still consider LGBTQ people to be mentally ill. So this is not just about trans issues. This is really about scapegoating the entire queer community as a whole. And so, again, we're not just pushing back against the fact that this is an attack on whether it's students or trans people. This is an attack on queer people and really marginalized people as a whole. So this is my final slide. I'm happy to answer any questions. I hope I didn't go over time. But yeah, again, if you guys have any questions, I will put my contact information in the chat after this, so you can reach out to me as well.
Excellent. If you can, there we go. Come back to full screen. I'd love anybody with questions to please raise their hand. It's such a treat to get to speak with you one-on-one. It's been really nice getting to know you, Melina. Thank you for sharing such a thorough overview with all of us. That was really fantastic. Bunny, awesome links right there. Thank you, Bunny. I see you have your hand raised. Thank you. What's your question?
My question is, how can we combat these people with accurately? These are weirdos who are very, very concerned about other people's sexuality and genitals, and these are sick people. Why can't we just out them as these are sick people with pure interest in children's sexuality, and we need to watch them? That's how can we do that,
Right. And I will say, we do know that our messaging, the optimistic side of me, with everything, with the world burning as it feels like constantly, we do know that this messaging is working a little bit. So as an example, again, with the genital exams, we've been really harping on that. And I will also mention too, something that I forgot to mention in my presentation as well, is that boys, including trans boys, are totally exempt from these requirements. So boys can play in sports. They don't need to go through these invasive exams. It's only girls. That's how it's written in the initiative. And so we're specifically, again, we have this wealthy older man who is obsessed with trans girls and really all young girls, really trying to push this. And we know that our messaging of this being, putting, we've seen the story about Larry Nasser and some of these other horrible folks who have taken advantage. We know that this messaging works. And so what they've started doing as an alternative, which I'm not really sure is working very well for them, is saying, okay, it might be genital exams, but it won't be pelvic exams. One of the other things that they've been really trying to also say as well, sorry, I just lost my train of thought. That is one thing. Oh my goodness. I lost my train of thought.
No worries.
If I have,
it's
I
still
will.
there. It'll come
Yeah.
back. It'll come
I
back.
apologize.
That's all right.
But that is, a big talking point of theirs. And then, of course, they're trying to use what I can say after losing my train of thought is that they're using a lot of, like, for example, a lot of these teenage girls, who play sports and are, accusing of having played against, trans girls. Some of them are doing these little tours across the country. There's a case before the Supreme Court. I don't remember off the top of my head which one. I believe it's West Virginia, that the Supreme Court is considering on allowing trans girls to play in sports nationwide. And one of Brian Haywood's little spokespeople for that, she was also presenting to the Supreme Court, providing testimony. So we do know that this is, again, this is not just limited to Washington. These are creepy folks, and I think people are understanding that, once we really boil it down to who is
Call
this
them
affecting?
perverts that they are.
And sorry,
Call them out as the perverts that they are.
yeah, well, exactly. And so, who is this affecting? A handful of trans girls who just want to play with their friends, but also, all of the girls who don't look a certain way, whose bodies don't look a particular way, whether it's immigrant girls, girls of color, etc. Those are the ones that are going to be also most vulnerable to a lot of this scrutiny. I hope that
Yeah.
answers your question.
It does. We'll take these last two questions and then we'll move on. But first, I would like to let Bryce, with the amazing bicycle behind him, ask a question. Bryce, the floor is yours.
Thank you. That's my gift to myself for reaching 30. Bunny talked a little bit about this. I think you talked something about it as well. When it comes to messaging, because when you were talking about exams, I was just thinking, who the hell is going to want to do that job? Like, that is sickening. That just seems like a honeypot for pedophiles. What do you, in your approximation, think is like a concise message that you think has been very persuasive when talking to others? I know you talked a lot about things that are problematic, but sort of when making the case, like what is something that you think we could take out of this when we have conversations with people who sort of just have their doubts or aren't really plugged into the issue that could really get them locked in and on the right side of this?
Right. Yeah, I think, of course, one of them, and Bryce, I also see sort of a similar message or similar comment from Kathy. I think or one of the things is who's going to pay for this? And really, the burden is going to be on parents, as I mentioned before. For testing, a lot of this is incredibly expensive. I, was fortunate to have my dad's union insurance up until recently. He just retired. And even with his, really nice insurance, I was paying hundreds of dollars out of pocket for, simple blood work. And so the burden is going to be on parents who just want to, already play or just want to let their kids play sports. And that's, not to mention all of the potential whether it's buying gear or equipment for their child to also be able to play sports. So the burden is going to be on them as well. And then the other thing too, to your point of who wants to do this, that one is a little bit tricky. Brandy Cruz, who if you guys know, she's a very conservative activist slash commentator, whatever you want to call her. That's been a question that a lot of people have been asking her. Her response has been, well, it's really up to each, physician to decide this. So again, with the way that the initiative is written, we don't know. It could be school nurses, it could be local doctors. We legitimately do not know. The initiative, I'm happy to link it in the chat here, the language of it, after I'm done answering questions here, so you guys can read it. There is no enforcement mechanism, and so this is really the problem with this: is we have these three requirements, but with no enforcement mechanism. Bryce, to be honest, I don't know who's going to be the one doing it, but again, it doesn't really seem like Let's Go Washington or Brandy Cruz knows either.
Thank you. I think those are two great points to make.
And our final question will come from Chris Porter. Hi, Chris.
Hi, thank you again. I wasn't going to, I was thinking about this, but I'm just going to put it out there as a historical talking point. When Black women came to the States as enslaved women, one of the selling points was a public examination of their genitals and breasts to prove that they were fertile and thus worthy of buying. This is directly a page out of that playbook, only we managed to put a clinical spin to it. We knew it was wrong then, it's wrong now, so why would we go down that road again? To me, that is the talking point I would certainly like to push.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for sharing that. And I will say too, again, we like, I'm thinking more just recently, even for the Olympics with Aman Khalif, that a lot of people accused of being trans, who was that Algerian Olympic boxer, we know that, you know, for again, particularly women of color who don't look a certain way, this is going to be like they're going to be the ones who are the subject of the most scrutiny aside from trans girls. And so, or excuse me, girls of color. And so, it's I don't understand how, and again, that's not even getting into the point of how are we going to, if you know, girls who don't look a certain way are not seen as, you know, real girls enough. Going back to a lot of what, you know, a lot of conservatives love to say, what is a woman? Well, by their own standards, it seems to be just a very white and very white, very hyper feminine version of that doesn't really actually meet the reality that people are different.
Indeed, indeed. Thank you for spending the extra time with us. I really appreciate it. I'm going to remove the spotlight, but ask that you stay in the room if you don't mind for a little bit. Super. Thank you, Bryce. I see your hands raised. Thank you.
Hello, Madam Chair. I would like to motion to vote to endorse No Hate in Washington State, preferably by
Second.
acclamation if possible.
Second.
Thank you. Big seconds. That's great. I think that what we typically need to do is ask if we have speakers for and against. Hearing the seconds, I'm sure there are some for. If there are any speakers against endorsing No Hate in Washington State, please raise your hand and then we'll go one and one for each. Hi, Hunter. Thanks so much for getting out what I was fumbling with my words and putting your hand up. You have the floor.
Madam Chair, I think it would be appropriate to ask if there are any objections to endorsing No Hate in Washington State, and it might make us move a little faster.
I appreciate that so much. As such, are there any objections? I saw your hand come down, so awesome blossom. Thank you. Any objections? Any objections at all to endorsing the good work of No Hate in Washington State? Hi, Chris. Do you have an objection or something else?
Kidding, hand went up, wrong thing, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. You caught me for a moment there. Seeing no objections, I think that we can, Carolyn, do you have an objection to endorsing No Hate in Washington State? Sometimes Carolyn's device takes a moment to come off of mute, so we're going to give her.
Okay, there we go. Thank you.
Yeah, do you have an objection?
Are we endorsing the organization or are we endorsing their position on the ballot measure?
We're endorsing their position on the ballot measure, how they're working for us now on this particular issue. Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no objections, I think we can assume by acclamation that King County Democrats are proud to be listed as endorsers of this important work that you are doing. Milena, please take that back to the group and please share with everybody how grateful we are for the amount of time and energy you're all putting into it and for sharing that with us tonight. We appreciate you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It really means a lot.
Yay. So glad. So glad. Wonderful. Well, with that exciting news, and thank you, Bryce, for the help, and thank you, Hunter, for the help. I appreciate it. I got a little caught up in the excitement of what was happening at the moment. We had one other guest speaker, and that was Kenny Austin. He was unable to make it, and I failed to note that Shirag, who is normally with us and waits till the end, cannot wait till the end tonight. So I'd like him to make his guest remarks now and be thoughtful of his time. Shirag, if you're still able to stay with us, please take a couple of moments for your comments. Did we lose him? Hope we didn't lose him. Shirag, do you happen to still be with us?
He is not.
Thank you for checking. Darn. Well, hopefully he
I'm
can.
here. I'm here. I'm sorry. I was
Yay!
fumbling around on
Welcome
my
back.
computer.
My bad. Sorry.
It's
No, it's
okay.
okay. Can you hear
That's
me?
all right.
Hopefully see me. Sorry about that.
Yeah, gonna give you a quickie spotlight. Thank you so much for hanging in with us. I know your evening hours pull you in many directions. You have
No
the
worries.
floor.
It's all good.
Thank
Happy
you.
to be here.
Thank
Good to see
you.
everyone. I'll keep it super quick. I'm giving a quick update that all of the congressional campaigns have a summer internship paid program for any young people you know in high school or college, or maybe they're taking a year off or something. I'll make sure to put the application link in the chat. And I'll make sure that all of the Washington State Dems and their links are available. So it doesn't just have to be for Adam. It could be for Susan or Marilyn or Emily or whoever you want. And then since Beth is letting me talk really quickly, I'm just gonna plug that this past Monday, the folks that were able to join us for our every other Monday Flip the House event, we made 6,000, I think 976. That sounds about right. Calls into Virginia for their redistricting ballot measure initiative. So that is great, but I hope to see one of you guys join us at some point because as far as I know, I do not see you guys. But one day I hope to see you guys. And I'll make sure to put links in the chat for that. And then you'll get lots of updates from me every time you see me about this.
I love it. I love it. Shirag, thank you so much. Thank you for running that tremendous outreach program. And thank you for letting all of us know so that we can spread the word about these paid internships. And you know, we get kind of intense about raising our young Dems up right from the beginning. So if you can start in high school, this is a kicking opportunity. Wonderful, wonderful. I also see in chat from Stacy about Democracy Summer. And so make sure you guys take a look in chat to get all the info. And Shirag, thanks for adding everything that you can. I appreciate it. With that, and just a little bit behind, I'd love to move forward with comments from our vice chairs. I know our vice chair for outreach, Andrew Ashiafu, has stuff he'd like to share with us. Hey, Andrew.
Hey, hi everyone, and welcome. It's great. The good news is our Pride t-shirts are off for sales, and there are two t-shirts, as I said earlier on. There's the Seattle Pride t-shirt, and then there's the General King County Pride for other events around. And the shirts could be delivered in two ways. One, to ship it directly to you will be an extra $7 per piece, and you don't want that. You can pick it up April 28th or so during the volunteer palooza, which Amy will talk more about. And the other one also is that we have our volunteer sign up sheets to volunteer for Pride. And I'm going to put those links in the chat right now.
Awesome. Andrew, thanks so much. Excited to have everybody. Oh, Chris has got the links there right now for the shirts. Excited for everybody to have them for the full, yay, Kat, for the full Pride Month. Two designs, don't forget. One's a little more Seattle-centric with a crest that looks a lot like the Sounders crest, and yet a rainbow lion, like a pride of lions. And the other has a beautiful rainbow waterfall in the mountains, very Pacific Northwesty. And all of our shirts are lavender in a very subtle nod to supporting our trans community. It's an easy color to wear and looks good on almost all of us. And a really nice way to support all the way around the Lavender Rights Project. Thank you. Thanks, Andrew, so much. Next, I'd like to remind everybody that our fourth vice chair position for fundraising is still open. We are seeking candidates, just interested folks. They do not have to have tons of experience, just want to do the work of helping support us keeping the lights on and doing the work that we do out in the community. Simultaneous to this, we are working on a multi-year fundraising plan. so that whoever chooses to step up and take on this role or be a part of that committee will not be inventing anything from scratch. We'll have a really nice multi-year plan that they can step into and begin work immediately, knowing that they're doing the right thing and that they have a team working with them. So please do spread the word. Any interest at all, please send their name my way. Beth, chair at kcdems.org. I would love to talk to pretty much anybody who's interested. Just send them my way. We'll see what we can do. So a little notification there. Next up is our treasurer, Diana Phillips, who will present the treasurer's report. You received 3 times now the budget presentation and a link to the explainer, the first of the month, which is a part of our bylaws, 10 days in advance of this meeting, and then 3 days in advance of the meeting. So as always, Diana remains available to you for questions all month long, as do I. And so hopefully this will be pretty easy because everybody with big questions has reached out to her in advance. Diana, I'm going to give you the spotlight and give you the floor as well.
Thank you. Josh has been kind enough to say that he will share so we don't have to deal with whatever technology issues might be coming. And I apologize in advance. I have a very needy dog who is all up in my business right now. So if he starts making huffing sounds into the microphone, I apologize.
Well, we'll know it's the pup.
Yeah.
And not you. Thank you.
All right. So, sorry, I have lost the window with my notes. As Beth mentioned, we've contracted with Run Dems Run to put together our fundraising framework, which is kind of awesome, and an excellent plan for us to start bringing in more significant dollars, because some of the trending that you will see on the next slides, our revenue is at a total of $25,000 for the 2025 budget year, which ends at the end of this month. That includes a $10,000 donation where a campaign closed and the money was transferred over to us. So outside of that, we managed to bring in $15,000 for our operational budget this year. Our monthly recurring donations appear to be on the decline from individual contributors. What we're seeing is that as credit cards expire on their expiration schedule, that folks do not necessarily re-up. So we definitely need to start making some phone calls and reaching out to folks who may have let it lapse and not done that on purpose. So one of the other things that I wanted to share with the group is that I'm starting to do a little bit of slicing of our data in a slightly different way to understand how much are we spending on kind of operational stuff, and how much of this operational budget are we actually spending on our mission and on working with Democrats and uplifting and getting the message out. So for the year of 2025, we've spent about 12.5% of our budget on getting the word out. The rest of that has gone to operational purposes. This is, of course, since this is new data analysis that I am doing, It's going to get refined over time. If folks have feedback on what they feel falls into what specific categories as the reports come out, if there's anything that you have a specific question or concern about, please contact me, treasurer@kcdems.org. I am happy to discuss, and I really do appreciate the feedback. So, because two heads are always better than one. I'm going to make a mistake, and I actually need you guys to talk to me to tell me where I'm making those mistakes so that we can get this better as an organization. That is the conclusion of the report for the state of our finances as of the 1st of March. There is a very entertaining quirk in our bylaws that says that our budgeting year ends on March 30th, which I find a little bit silly. So at some point in the future, when we have the other things that need to get updated in the bylaws, we could maybe make that go through the end of the month. So, but it's not critical since I'm assuming that no one wants us to hold to and let that one day be like a dead end. So.
I think that's fair to say we would.
Treasurer's report.
Which slide would you like up next?
Let's go into the proposed 2026 budget. I hope that folks have had a chance to take a look at this because I'm not going to go into like deep detail. There's like the last 10 slides are historical context, stuff like how the Budget and Finance Committee works, how the checks and balances are in place, a lot of that information. So if you need information on that, there's tons of info in there. Also, again, super happy to answer any questions. If we can go to the next slide. And then this one. Yes, this one. Thank you. The way that our budgeting works is that we develop a tiered budget. And this year, we have developed a budget with only 2 tiers. Last year, y'all may remember that we got excited and there were 4 tiers. But given the financial reality of life, the universe, and everything, we've really scaled it back to basically the core and the basic. The core budget is our absolutely essential work. And the things that need to happen in order for this group to continue to be able to meet our base obligations as an organization. We've tried to pare that down as much as possible because this is the budget that's in play, even if we earn $0 through donations. So if we make more than that, that's great. If we can make this balance, that's even better. But if we earn nothing, then we still think that we need to spend about $22,000 to keep the organization up and running. I have removed the staffing tier and sorry, let me rephrase that. The proposal that I brought to the committee, which they have approved, is that we've eliminated the staffing and the stretch tier. For the realities of where we're at, staffing alone required that we have about $60,000 on hand and then be able to make an additional $60,000 annually to be able to cover all of the HR functions and such. And that's not where we're at right now. I mean, if we get there, I would happily make a budget amendment in the summer if we earn enough money to do that, that we could bring in staff to help us do the things. But realistically, we tried to make it a little bit simpler. The other items of note, at that core tier, You'll note that the stipends is significantly different than at the basic tier. Our chair has agreed that at the core tier, when we are not bringing in any funds, that she would give up the stipend that we pay. And this basically boils down to only reimbursing folks for travel. The other elements in this are there's an officer column, at which point those would be the individuals who would be making decisions around that line item for expenses. So we've identified officers for all of the expenses except for the vacant office. And as we get someone in, y'all can expect a budget amendment so that we can update that officer box with the correct individual once we bring someone in. There is, of course, chair and finance committee oversight over spending. Everything over $100 needs to be approved by the chair. Everything at $1,000 or more needs to be also approved by the budget and finance committee. So there's an oversight mechanism built in to how we spend money so that the officers are accountable back to the organization for making sure that we're spending funds in a way that this organization chooses. We also have a quarterly checkpoint where we look to kind of see where are we at fundraising wise, and that guides us as to which tier we operate in inside the budget. So if we're making our fundraising goals for the basic budget, then we stay in that tier. At this time, it does not look like we're going to make the requirements to bring in about $50,000 annually. So we will start the year in the core column. And as far as the mission spending for this budget, at the core level, we will be spending 6.6% on our mission. And at the basic level, that goes to 22.5%. So as you can see, we really have pared it down to just kind of doing the bare minimum with core. And then if we can get to that next level, we really can have a bigger impact on the community. And I just want to reiterate that this proposed budget went through Finance Committee. We had some robust conversation, particularly because this is a reorganization year and the reorganization is quite expensive. And so we had some conversation there. And then the committee has proposed this to you all as the executive board.
Thank you, Diana. May I ask, during the 24 days that people have had notification of this budget, have you had many questions you needed to answer? And if so, were there any that you think having the answer in this group would help us as we look at this somewhat dire situation?
I did not, in fact, get any questions.
Well, then nothing.
I'm hoping that means that everybody's good with it, but
well, I can share that I don't understand it on my first read. I always have to come back. So I'm always assuming that others may choose to join me in saying, actually, I don't get it. So
yes, that's totally legit, especially because like my brain does things in kind of a financy spreadsheety way. And so it doesn't necessarily translate well to other humans. So
indeed,
doing my best, but I'm again open to feedback.
Thank you. I see that there are 3 questions raised. Right now, we are in a phase of asking questions of Diana about this. I'll go in the order they're there. And if you have a question for this budget, please share your question with the group so that we can all learn. Hunter, do you have a question about this budget?
I just wanted to point out that the date of March 30th would be considered a scrivener's error, and that could be corrected at any point in time. It would not need a vote of the body, so we can do that immediately. And then I do have an amendment when that time comes. Thank you.
Thank you. What a lovely esoteric fact that I did not already have. I appreciate it. Thanks. Hi, Robin. Looks like you might have a question for Diana.
I do. Good evening. Thank you, Diana, for this report. And sorry, I'm not on camera tonight. I had oral surgery, so I'm kind of bruised and not looking great. Anyway, my question is on the data privacy and security. We've gone down $1,500 on that. And given the times we're living in and the antics that are going on, I guess were any concerns brought to you in regard to lowering our security by that much?
That's an excellent question. One of the things I'm going to say is that Aaron Schrader is awesome and has done some work in the space kind of for free in 2025. So he's made some significant changes in how the work is done and how our organization is set up from an access perspective that gives us a lot more confidence that that our data is secure and safe. We're looking at that line in part because there are some discrete things, additional things that we can do for relatively little expenditure, and then the more significant website changes come in at that next level.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kudos
Great
to
question.
Aaron.
Yes, kudos to Aaron, definitely. Excellent question. Thank you, Robin. And speaking of Aaron, he has the next question. Hi, Aaron. What's your question for Diana?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry that I guess I engaged ineffectively. I did attempt to pose a question. I'm wondering is printing incorporated in the reorganization core or basic level?
It is incorporated in the core level because we know that there will be some humans that we need to reach from a paper perspective.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent question. And we can continue the conversation on reorg another time. That's hot on everybody's mind. Thank you. Mary Scanlon, Chair
Hey
of
now.
W37. Hey, got a question about the budget.
Hey, thanks, Beth. Yeah, and Diana, thank you for your comprehensive work on this. Wow. This is a basic question, and I'm sorry if I missed it somewhere on the along the lines, but how much money do we just have right now? Cash on hand.
That's an excellent question, and I need to double check the number. I believe it's let me double check, and can I put that in the chat after I pull it out of my spreadsheet, if that's okay?
Thank you.
Yes.
Thanks. Thank you, Diana. Thank you, Mary. That's wonderful. I'm going to give Diana a moment and let us take a look at this and think on the complexity of this. I appreciate your hard work on this, Diana, and that of the Finance Committee Chair, Eric Durbin, who right now is floating somewhere on the ocean. But the good news is he is floating. Eric is also a long distance swimmer and recently swam a very large channel in New Zealand. So it's worth following Eric on his, not Strava, but similar sorts of things. I see. Nope, that is not what I was thinking. Wonderful.
Madam Chair, can I answer Mary's question since I have the numbers now?
Yes, please.
Yes, we have approximately $60,000 in the bank currently. And that number has been steadily going down because we are operating on our budget for 2025, which is by design. The budget for 2025 if we flip back to that presentation, the revenue required for words just stopped. The revenue required for our tiers was not equal to the actual expenditure. And that was by design in the 2025 budget.
Thank you, Diana.
You're welcome.
Diana, maybe you can give a little background on where that buffer came from and around staffing and what the hope was.
Oh, goodness, yes. Some years ago, before my time as treasurer, we had some very dedicated attempt to bring on paid staff to help take some of the burden, bring on an executive director, bring on some volunteer coordinators, that sort of thing. We raised quite a lot of money. I believe that year it was approximately $150,000, which is quite messing with our budget calculations now, but it's fine. It's all fine. The obligations that came with that were to set up an HR committee, set up a fund so that just in case we didn't have enough donations in a specific month, that we actually had the buffer to be able to pay people and we weren't like doing terrible things to our paid staff. And so that buffer was quite large. During the 2025 season, we had been hoping that we would be able to increase to get to the point where we had sufficient funds to be able to hire our first full-time person. And unfortunately, we never did quite make it. So that's kind of where we're at. If I look at the staff hiring reserve, we needed to hit $38,000 for staff specifically in order to be able to bring folks on. And that's in addition to the operational reserve and all of the other elements. And that was after the drawdown. So we just did not make the numbers to be able to bring on a human being to be a paid person to help us out.
Thank you, Diana. That's such helpful background. I see two new questions, one from Judy and then Jamie. Judy, would you like to ask your question? Please state your question.
Yes, I don't know if this is the wrong place to be asking this or not. I don't totally understand this budget, but I do want to know if we're going to put something in it for paying reparations, rent to the tribes.
So this budget is the budget that came out of committee, and this is the budget that the committee is proposing at this time. If there are changes that are desired, those would have to go through an amendment process.
How do we do that? I think we should be paying, I'll let Hunter step in also,
Yeah.
but I think we should be paying
Judy,
rent.
we're not quite there yet. There is the next step. Beth will tell us we are getting to that point. Once we get through questions, then we'll get to the point where we can start talking about changes.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Right now this is the budget as proposed by the Finance Committee. And this is the work at hand right now. And as you have heard, we are not raising enough money to continue to operate at our core level. And that's why that line is highlighted in light yellow as opposed to the basic level. Jamie, I see that you have your hand raised. Can you please state your question?
Yeah, hey, thank you. Thanks for your work on this. My question is more about, and I don't know if this is out of order here, but it's around fundraising. And typically, when do we do big fundraising pushes, and what historically has that looked like? I know Dan, you talked about we'd raised a significant amount in previous years, but like generally, do we do a big fundraising push? Yeah, I mean, this seems like a real opportunity for us, this year, especially with kind of all of the angst that's out there in community about what's going on, to really kind of, ramp up fundraising events or fundraising. So,
Beth, I'm going to let you take this one.
About ramping up fundraising. So there was a fair amount of fundraising that happened in 2025, and it significantly supported our project to identify, train, and support school board candidates. And that was a very successful project. That was done in large part without that vice chair role. And we continue without that vice chair role. Right now, there is not bandwidth for that task to be taken on, other than in the very passive ways that we're doing it in our newsletters and our email and our appreciation of those who are donating already. So my goal is to take it at a sane level, knowing that we started the year at a bit of a or started 2026 at a little bit of a deficit and of resource, meaning capacity, and build the plan and then work the plan rather than just jump right in. So that's my plan. We're going to build the plan and then we're going to work the plan and hopefully end this year in a stronger position than that. Thanks for the really, really good question, Jamie. I appreciate that. Hi, Julie. Could you please state your question?
Yes, my question is, it wasn't until I got the reminder, the call to meeting, I saw the deadlines. And so I was wondering, was information about the proposed budget sent to e-board, et cetera, was that sent via emails or was it sent in Basecamp, which I admit I don't always check because it's somewhat confusing.
Sure. It was sent on March 1st in a special email to everybody. And then it was sent again in the call to meeting. And then it was sent in the reminder call to meeting.
And who was that email from?
That was from the March 1st meeting. Well, all of them were from me.
Okay, because I was looking through my emails and I hadn't seen any. So,
well, I'm glad to.
Okay, my bad. I did not go far enough. I see. Yeah, KCDCC for your review.
Thank you. I
Never
appreciate
mind.
it, Julie. It's okay. Our email clients are not always our friends. Sometimes they delay delivery and sometimes they don't make it. So I'm glad you're checking. Thank you. Hi, Hannah. You have a question.
Hi, Chair. Yes, I do. So I might totally be missing it when I'm looked through the stuff in the email, Diana. And so this is kind of I don't know if Diana can answer this directly or you'd like to defer to her, whatever. But I heard the very large number of cash on hand um uh delivered as I think it was 60,000. Is that accurate? And I just wanted to make sure. I also heard a reference to ensuring that we have a reserve and a carryover. And I wanted to make sure that when we're thinking about that number, um, does that number contain our reserve? And kind of what are we expecting, if anything, to be our liquid cash on hand as opposed to our emergency stash? Because people can get excited with big large numbers and I'm I could think of a bunch of different things to do with that, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's all available, and I just couldn't find it anywhere, so I might be looking right at it, but thank you.
No, I'm going to make a note of this because that's a good question that I should probably figure out how to include for the next conversation we have around this. We do have an operational reserve requirement, and generally, that's about a quarter of what we are obligated to spend. So if we're signing contracts, if we're signing up for new services, those kinds of things, then that operational reserve changes. And so it's kind of a fluid number. Right now, it's relatively low because we don't have a ton of outstanding contracts. It's but we are burning through the 2025 budget, and so and the burning through, that's not the way I meant to say that. I meant to say that we are utilizing the funds in the appropriate manner that they were provided by this e-board. Thank you very much. That was what I meant.
Yeah. And then I guess a
Oh.
related question is just simply for planning purposes, it sounds like having a fluctuating amount of money that is our targeted reserve is difficult. Like I know the 34th is going through this right now where we've tried to have budget line items for different amounts and the expectation that we may or may not have to spend them. So we've tried to consolidate that all down to just like a reserve, but with a specific number. Is that something that might be helpful here for us so that we have just like a hard number that no matter the year, we're trying to carry 20 grand or whatever around?
That's an excellent suggestion. And we, as the Finance Committee, are currently working through updating the standing rules. And so that's something that I'm going to make note of, that we should have that conversation, because I agree that there's probably a base level that we need to have for, like, if we're looking at core, then maybe that's something that we need to consider, that's the number that we might need to aim for. But I'll take that as a suggestion, and we'll kind of work through it as the Finance Committee. And then when we come back, because I believe, if I remember correctly, the exec board needs to validate any changes to the standing rules that the Finance Committee comes up with. And so that would come back to this group for review and validation.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate both of your work.
Thank you.
Thank you for the excellent question.
Yeah, really, really good question. Thank you. Thank you. I'd just like to remind everybody in the room that if you do not have a question now, you can please put your hand down until a motion's made, no amendment or debates in order. This is a special time for questions one-on-one with our treasurer, Diana. At this point, I'd like to ask if anybody else has questions. They can be as in-depth as you've heard or as basic level. Either way, all questions are welcomed. Any questions in the room? If not, I believe now is the time that Diana, as our treasurer, needs to motion the adoption of the proposed budget before any other work can be in order. And you get to speak to that motion, Diana, as always. So thank you. And may I do a quick verbal check? A thumbs up from our parliamentarian is all I need. A budget that is a motion from the Finance Committee, is that treated the same as endorsement recommendations that come from the Endorsement Committee, that the motion counts as a motion and a second? I believe that's right.
Well, yes, Madam Chair, the general principle is that any motion coming from a committee of more than one member does not require a second, because the second is assumed already. You have to have two people put it forth in the first place.
Wonderful. Well, and that also serves as encouragement to committee chairs to build an actual committee and not do the work solo, because then they can be a motion and a second. I appreciate that insight. And again, Kevin, thank you very much. I'm always hopeful that the learning we're doing through our professional parliamentarian can carry forward into all of your LDs and perhaps even the work that you do when you're not doing your DEMS work. So thank you for weighing in on that, Kevin. And committee chairs, go build those committees. Here we go. Okay, I return the floor back to you, Diana. Thank you.
So with no further questions, then I am done with the report from the Finance and Budget Committee, and this completes our report, which I believe is a motion and a second. So, Madam Chair, I turn the floor back to you.
Thank you. I'd like to confirm again with our parliamentarian that the next step is hearing debate on this question. Am I correct there, Kevin?
Well, yes, you recognize members to debate, or if they have more questions or anything, or any parliamentary inquiry, anything like that, they can do that as of now, yes.
Thank
Okay,
you.
but
Thank
yeah,
you.
basically your next step is there any debate? And then people can raise their hand. And right now, there should be no hands up until you actually ask that question.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That clarification is very helpful to me. In that case, I will ask for hands for debate on the budget as it is presented from Diana and the Finance Committee, which I can assure you is more than just two people. Thank you. Thanks, Diana. Hunter, I see that you have a motion of debate on this budget as proposed.
I move to amend the budget by adding a new line titled Reparations, which specifies payment of $18.55 under our core budget and specifies $37.10 under our basic budget, with the description that reads, reparations will be paid to Seattle urban native nonprofits, SUN, to offset harm caused by our organization. $18.55 will be paid out in full for each tier of the budget. No less than $18.55 will be paid for the 2026-2027 fiscal year as part of the core budget. An additional $18.55 will be paid to SUN before moving into the basic budget tier for a total of $37.10. And another $18.55 will be paid out to SUN prior to moving to any/all additional budget tiers that may be added to this budget and future budget amendments.
I second the motion.
It is not a motion, Judy, and you must raise your hand in order to be recognized.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize that to second I need to raise my hand.
Thank you. I appreciate
Well,
that.
that is not
Point of order.
Madam Chair.
Excuse me.
Anybody could just call out a second.
Oh,
can.
thank you, Kevin. I
Yes.
really appreciate that.
Right.
When I
You don't need
cannot-
recognition for a second. You could
when
just
I
yell it
can't-
out.
When I can't see the group, it's very hard for me to tell. So I appreciate the advice on a second can be just brought up. Apologies to you, Judy. So
Okay.
sorry. So sorry. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you, Kevin. I appreciate your advice right now, as this is territory I've not been in before.
The amendment is more in a form of a resolution. It's a formal motion, so to speak, and it's not just inserting a line item. Okay, basically, it's got a lot of argument in there and procedure in there. Okay, so essentially, you should just shorten it to a line item, reparations, and then maybe a brief description or something in the line item. That's about it. Okay, all the other stuff is, kind of immaterial right now. Okay,
Got it.
and then we can address whether that's in order or not.
Okay, super. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I see that Bryce also has some debate on the budget. So I will ask Bryce to go
Madam
ahead
Chair?
and speak. Yes, Kevin?
I believe Hunter is seeking recognition, and since he made the motion to amend, he should get the first opportunity to do so.
Oh, I see. Boy, I sure appreciate that. Thank you very much. The joy of having a really, really great parliamentarian. Thank you. Hunter, would you like to respond to that?
But before proceeding, I just wanted to get clarification from the parliamentarian and make sure he understands that under our bylaws, we have to be very specific with our descriptions in order to spend money. And this does specify that this would be reparations paid as a bottom amount. And the only way to capture that is through this motion. Now, if there is another way to do that, under Robert's 4750, I believe it is, I would ask for your help in doing that, Mr. Parliamentarian, to ensure that the intent of my motion is carried through.
Thank you, Hunter. I'd like to pause for a moment and allow our parliamentarian to take a minute and consider your question, which was a lot for me and I wasn't taking notes, so I apologize. We may need to come back to you for that. So while we pause for Kevin, if you guys want to find your sip of water, please do. Now's a good time to hydrate.
Madam Chair, 4750 just says during the meeting, the work of the parliamentarian should be limited to giving advice to the chair and when requested to any other member. It is also the duty of the parliamentarian, as inconspicuously as possible, to call the attention of the chair to any error in the proceedings that may affect the substantial rights of a member or any or may otherwise do harm. And that's what the intent of my interrupting is doing right now, is essentially all I'm really trying to do is make it more to keep it simple. Okay, you can't put all that argument into one line item. Okay, you could just state reparations, to whoever, whatever Indian council you're talking about or whatever like that, and that could be, and the rest could be defined later on if need be. That's all I'm saying on something like that. Okay.
Correct. Or defined with an asterisk and more data below, but it does read much more like a resolution, which is also something that we could consider.
Yes, we could.
Request for information.
Mm-hmm.
Is the parliamentarian aware that we need to be very specific in order to proceed with this as a PDC requirement, that we need to specify and provide justification? That is why I phrased it the way it is. It protects our organization.
Thank you, Hunter. I appreciate that. I'm also aware that, excuse me a moment, that amending the budget at this time is absolutely in order, but when it is an amendment that is outside of the purpose of the organization, that makes it actually out of order. So I'm searching for ways to include doing this important work, which I too believe in, while abiding by our rules and Robert's rules. So we don't have, as a part of the purpose of our organization, this expenditure. So I would like to propose an alternate route, but I don't think that that's actually in order. And I will ask our parliamentarian at which point I can provide an alternate route, or having had an amendment proposal, if we need to complete the proposal, if we need to complete the budget vote before I can move forward to that. Kevin, your advice would be welcome. Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair. It is believed an amendment like this, if you want to quote Robert's, let's see, 1223, okay, an amendment that is not in order is one of them was one that would cause the question as amended to not be in order. So if it was adopted and all this was in here, then the main motion to adopt the budget would not be in order, and can only be considered by, even considered by, a 2/3 vote. So my suggestion would be that we adopt the budget as it is presented now, or maybe with other amendments or something like that, and then come back, either at the next meeting or a subsequent meeting, and address it again. And then it'll be a main motion. And then if it's really, people feel strongly enough about it, it would take a 2/3 to actually be considered at that time. But in the meantime, what the chair could do, or the membership could do, is create a committee to address this and look into this more, rather than just bringing it on now.
I appreciate that.
That would be my
Thank
suggestion.
you. What and again, to everybody, I am learning in real time right now, so apologies for you having to watch me learn. But I see the increase to a 2/3. Could you explain that again to me, please?
Okay, well, the amendment, okay, would not be in order.
Okay.
If adopted anyway, since it would be part of the main motion that if it's adopted, okay, and then the main motion could not be considered unless it's considered by a 2/3 vote, and not even considered. Just to consider it requires a 2/3 vote, and then you need to vote on it as well. So it gets pretty convoluted that way. Which is why my suggestion is that we adopt the budget as is now, and then come back and attempt to do this later if possible. Okay, but in the meantime, we can actually address it a little bit more rather than with a committee to research it a little bit more and see how we can hash this out. And then we have a nice long main motion, maybe at the next meeting, with all that stuff that the member wanted to put in the first place.
Request for information.
Oh, no,
no, I'm sorry. There was a request for information much earlier, in fact, before you began speaking on this occasion, on this time, and that was from Bryce Colton. So I'd like to revert to Bryce for his request for information, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to make sure that my history and actions are all in alignment.
Yes, go right ahead.
The member who's proposing this amendment brought this amendment. Oh, am I? Y'all can hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
If I remember correctly, the member who's proposing this amendment came with a similarly proposed structured amendment back in the December meeting or so. Is a timeline, it doesn't matter, but that's roughly what happened.
So that's an excellent point of information. Previously, we had discussed making a payment to one of several amazing Indigenous supporting and led groups. But the discussion at the time was about making a charitable donation. And we since learned that by PDC rules, we're actually not able to make a charitable donation. So this is substantially different. And we have
parliamentary procedure.
Excuse me. In just a moment, we have learned that from the PDC that rent or reparations are acceptable. So we're asking about that. So I thank you very much, Erin, for disabling. That's why we're initiating this conversation as a way to do that good work in a way that's allowed, by PDC rules. I'll just give voice to the fact that the chat has been disabled to keep all the discussion through the floor. And I'll remind everybody that you need to be recognized by the chair in order to speak. I'd like to ask the parliamentarian for some advice right now, because I am seeing a number of hands, but I did also hear from, it sounded like Rita, but it might be somebody else.
Kathy Sakahara.
Oh, Kathy Sakahara. Thank you, Kathy. Working on my voice recognition with an additional point of information being.
No, parliamentary procedure.
Oh, thank you, Kathy.
Is it a parliamentary inquiry? A question about parliamentary procedure?
No, it is a point of parliamentary procedure.
And it's a point of order, so please.
Point of order. Thank you for correcting me. I'm sorry. It's been a while since I've had to deal with this.
Yes, all of us.
Yes, and Chair Beth, I really appreciate your openness about the fact that you're open to learning and some of this is new. You referred to a comment made about the fact that this had been brought up before as an appropriate point of information. A point of information is a question, not an excuse to interrupt to add more information. But my deeper point of parliamentary inquiry is, given the parliamentarian's rule that the amendment as worded would not be appropriate, is it not then appropriate for either the chair or the parliamentarian to help the person who made the motion reword the motion so that it would be appropriate?
Indeed. And in fact, our parliamentarian did attempt to do just that. So you're right. There was an attempt made to do that. And Kathy, thank you very much.
Madam Chair?
This is heavy, in just a moment, this is heavy learning for me and for many of us. And our goal in bringing this support into the group is that we can all learn and do better. And so I appreciate your contribution to, in the spirit of that, and to helping us all do that.
Absolutely. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Madam
Thank you.
Chair?
Yes, Kevin.
I want to actually point out that the parliamentarian does not make rulings. The parliamentarian advises, okay, particularly the chair, but also the membership as well. Okay, and that's what I am actually doing, is advising as the proper procedure and alternatives that we could actually do if we want to.
I appreciate that
The
distinction.
parliamentarian has no dog in this fight.
I appreciate the distinction. It is not one that I was familiar with before. And that's enormously helpful. Did you have a question that sounded like maybe Kathy? No, we're good.
This is Tara. I had what I thought was the symbol for an interrupting motion up for a while. I had a point of information. Going back a ways.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
I'd like to ask a question. What is the symbol you are putting up? Because I'm not recognizing it.
The speed up. At one point that was used for to indicate an interrupting motion instead of a hand, or instead of yelling out. But I guess we're just speaking.
I appreciate that. I didn't see that. So thank you for helping me with that. I appreciate that.
Yes.
Go right ahead, Tara.
Well, my question, because I'm reviewing the transcript, and it does not look like the chair made an actual ruling as to whether this was out of order or not. Could we have discussion on that point? Or was it a ruling, or is it a point which can be discussed? Because the phrasing does not say that you were making the ruling that it was out of order. It was saying that you could make that, essentially. So can we discuss that point then before the ruling?
Discuss the point
Not
of,
before, but afterwards, yes. So, Madam Chair, I would make the ruling and then we would talk about it.
Well, is it going to then have to be a
excuse me,
point of information?
Excuse me, please. Let's do our best to follow parliamentary procedure. We're really all trying very hard. So thank you. I'd like to ask Kevin to please repeat the advice that he just gave me. Please go ahead, Kevin.
So that we can get this processed, the parliamentarian recommends that the chair rule is out of order as not being in the purpose of the organization according to the bylaws. It's actually not in the purpose. Okay, or out of the I forgot the actual. Basically, it's not part of the object of the organization. Okay, your bylaws actually list about 5 different points, and reparations to an outside group is not one of them.
That is correct. And that was actually to perhaps answer your question, Tara, what I had intended to do when I said that earlier, adding the note that this is work I would like us to be able to do, but given how our mission and purpose is currently written, it doesn't fit into it. So I would rule it as being outside the purpose of our organization. And I would like to speak to what options we have so that after we pass this budget, we can do that good work, because I, for one, really appreciated the great learning we did from Derek Belgrade, I believe it is, from Sun, and from our partner who's a PCO at Passages or Pathways. I've forgotten now. I'm a little garbled with the Robert's Rules stuff. And I'd like to find ways for our organization to meaningfully support and take action to support both. But right now, it is outside of the purpose of our organization. So my understanding is if that decision is appealed, it could be put to a vote, but I would warn that if it is amended that way, as Kevin said earlier in the comments, then the main motion to adopt the budget would then require a 2/3 vote to even be considered, because any main motion that's outside the purpose of an organization needs a 2/3 vote to be considered. So what I'd like to recommend is that we pass the budget as prepared and presented by the Finance Committee, and then we do the work to find a way to make meaningful impact out in our Indigenous community. And one really great idea has been brought forward.
I also
Request
had
for
point of
information.
order.
Excuse
I've
me?
had, sorry, I've had my signal up for a while, just like Tara said, to put that speed up thingy, and I guess it's hard to see. But I have a point of order, if that's okay.
State your point.
State your point, please.
Thank you. This alternative route is being brought without knowing what the purpose of the amendment was. If you're stating that it's not within the purpose of our organization, I think we should make that determination after we hear what Hunter Brown's purpose is for that. Like, our purpose isn't to pay an internet bill, and yet we pay an internet bill in the efforts of our purposes. So the reparations itself may not be it, that by itself isn't the full story. I feel like before we kind of go deviate a whole nother direction, it would be prudent to hear him say, what the purpose is and have that discussion first. And you could still make this determination to move a different direction. But again, like, I think that it's a little premature. Thank you.
Madam
Thank
Chair,
you,
I would
Lisa.
think that's a request for information, not a point of order.
Sorry about that.
Which is perfectly in order, okay, to do. But you could recognize Hunter for that purpose if you want, or you could actually quote your bylaws, which lists what our purposes are, what these purposes are.
That's correct. So at this time, I think I'd like to take Lisa's comments under advisement and move forward to some other hands that are raised. Thank you for waiting. Bryce, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to motion for, sorry, I forgot the parliament. I'd like to motion to do the thing, consider the thing, move forward, whatever the parliamentary speak is. I totally forgot.
Thank you. So is that, so we have a motion on the floor.
Well, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Kevin.
You have yet to actually declare that it's out of order.
I declare that amendment is out of order, as it is outside of the purpose of our organization currently.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I have a request for information.
I'd like to ask first if Mary Scanlon, Chris Porter, Tara Gallagher also have requests for information. So Mary's thumb went up. She has a request for information. Thank you, Mary.
Thank you. Yes, I do. Is it possible for you to just read off or whatnot the purposes of, you said there were 5 purposes of the organization or whatnot?
The purpose of our organization? Absolutely, I can do that.
Madam Chair, I have them up, if you allow me to share your screen, share a screen.
Absolutely. Diana, can you, or I'm sorry, it's probably Josh. Please remove this, and Kevin has it and he can share that for us.
Although he's looking to share the screen.
It's an excellent question. Thank you very much, Mary. And I appreciate your patience. I know several people have had their hand up long And I apologize, Lisa, for leaving you hanging there for so long. This is important work. I want to find a way for us to do this work within the guidelines of the organization as it is now. Okay, thank you. The purpose of our organization, the KCDCC, is the County Central Committee for the Democratic Party in King County, pursuant to the charter and bylaws of the Democratic National Committee, the Washington State Democratic Party, and the laws of the state of Washington. And I have to switch glasses. That's going to be much better. Its purposes include supporting the legislative district organizations of King County by building and providing shared party infrastructure, coordinating cross-district activities, providing leadership training, and sharing best practices. Electing Democratic candidates and judicial candidates to federal, state, and county offices, and encouraging public officials at these levels to act in accordance with the values of the Democratic Party as expressed in the national, state, and KCDCC party platforms. Ensuring that the KCDCC is free from harassment and bullying and treats people fairly and equitably regardless of gender, gender identity and expression, sexual orientation, disability, physical appearance, body size, race, ethnicity, age, origin, religion, economic status, marital status, parental status, or other marginalized identity. Sharing best practices for code of conduct procedures and standards with legislative district organizations and other groups within the Democratic Party as desired. And performing the functions as delegated by statute and the Washington State Democratic Party to county committees, including nominating candidates to fill vacancies in partisan county and legislative district positions, and calling reorganization meetings of the legislative district organizations. That's our full purpose by our bylaws.
Madam Chair, I have a request for information that may help speed this along.
What's your request for information? Please, I'm sorry, I should say that better. Please state your request for information.
So the parliamentarian had advised you that if my amendment were to pass, it would require a 2/3 vote. I'm inquiring what rule he is referring to.
Thank you for your question. I appreciate that. Kevin?
Madam Chair. Okay, Roberts 1026. A main motion that proposes action outside the scope of the organization's object as defined in the corporate charter, constitution, or bylaws is not in order unless the assembly by a 2/3 vote authorizes its introduction.
So it sounds like that applies to a main motion, not an amendment.
Right. But the chair is ruling the amendment out of order because it would render the main motion out of order. And out of the scope. And the purpose.
So okay. Another request for information. I hope that the answer is, I don't know how to phrase this. According to this ruling, this would prohibit us from participating in events like Pride because it's technically out of the scope of our purpose, yet we've been doing it for years, which I am fine with. But I just want to acknowledge that and ask that question, Madam Chair. Is there a risk that we will stop participating in Pride because it is outside of our purpose?
I believe that our outreach efforts are designed to bring people into the party and support. We pay for it and we organize it as a way of supporting legislative district organizing and coordinating cross-district activities. But I really appreciate you bringing that up because it's good for us to inspect this regularly. Thank you.
And
Thank you, Hunter. I appreciate it. Chris, I see that you have a question.
Yes, actually, I'm hoping this will help. Well, first, I want to backtrack and say, I'm almost at the point of finding that last question about involving in pride almost offensive, because so much time, energy has been spent to reach out to marginalized, traumatized communities, which includes the LGBTQ, a core constituent of this party, that we really shouldn't even go down that road. That being said, I want to go back to what the 34th did in poking at the very bear that we're poking at right now, is that the vice chair does the land acknowledgement and brings up an institution or organization or entity that's indigenous, that individually people can support, and takes us out of this realm of argument of trying to fit this peg into a square hole. It allows people, based on their likes or dislikes of, there's just a plethora of indigenous organizations that we can support, to do it personally so that we don't run afoul. And I'd like everyone to remember that all we need to do is have Glenn Morgan even get wisp that we're trying to do this, and have him on our backs. It is not worth it. But that's the suggestion I'd like to put forward. That's not a motion, just what we do in the 34th.
I understand. I appreciate your information. It is not a point of order or an inquiry, but I very much appreciate your experience with the 34th. That's very helpful. Tara, I see your hands raised, and again, I apologize for not seeing the other motion that you made, the speed up or whatever. I'm sorry for that. Now you've had to wait a long time. So please share with us your point of information, your question.
Well, you showed the purpose as outlined in the bylaws. I was just going to ask you to stop screen sharing, but if you could go back and show the preamble, which I believe this would fall under.
We, the Democrats of Martin Luther King County, Washington, are committed to the principles of the Democratic Party and the United States of America. We hereby adopt these bylaws to make our county organization truly representative and open to everyone who supports these principles. We pledge to work together to support public officials, candidates, issues, and policies that protect individuals' rights, civil liberties, our environment, and social and economic justice for all. We encourage participation by the citizens of King County in all levels of their government. We seek their support by providing information regarding the ideals, goals, and operations of the King County Democratic Party and its endorsed candidates and issues. I think that does give additional voice to our community work. And I appreciate you reminding us to come back to that. Thank you, Tara. Bryce, I see your hand is raised next. Do you have a point of information? Please state your question.
I did not. I have a motion.
I'd like to ask the parliamentarian if a motion is in order, if I need to address all of the points of information first.
Right. Yeah, points of information are actually requests for information. We don't use point of information anymore because it is confusing. Okay.
Yes, thank
It should be
you.
requests for information. And they actually take precedence over anything else. They get recognition, they get recognized before anything else. So if there's anybody that has a request for information or a parliamentary inquiry, they get recognition first over anything else. So it would be nice if you used different symbols
I
rather
know,
than the hand,
right?
if possible.
I think that's something we can look for in future meetings, and certainly in an email, we'll figure out how to do that. So I'm looking to a new voice who hasn't had an opportunity yet, and I wonder if Chair of the 32nd, Chris Roberts, has a request for information for us.
I do not. I have an appeal. I would like to appeal the decision of the chair.
Okay, we saw that coming.
Yes, thank you, Chris. I understand that, and I think you'll recall me saying that if the decision is appealed, it can be put to a vote. But if amended as such, then the main motion to adopt the budget would then require a 2/3 vote to even be considered, because any main motion that's outside the purpose of the organization needs a 2/3 vote to be considered. So just a quick reminder. Thank you for that. Bryce, do you have a request for information?
Actually, is he still attempting to appeal?
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yes.
And thank you very much, Kevin. And the answer stands. Chris, are you still attempting to appeal?
Yes, I am still attempting to appeal.
We need a second.
Second.
Okay. Now, Madam Chair, would you like me to explain the process?
Yes, I would like you to please explain the process. Thank you.
Basically, you're appealing the decision of the chair. The chair has ruled the motion out of order, so to speak, right now. So the question is going to be on whether the chair's decision will should be sustained or not. The way it works is that the chair gets to speak first, actually in debate, and say our thoughts on this, and then members get to speak. Debate once, not not twice like in other motions, but only once. The members each get to state their piece, basically, and then after that's all done and exhausted, then the chair gets to speak a second time and then puts the question: shall her decision be sustained or not? Okay, so Madam Chair, you go first. And then
Can I do a point of parliamentary inquiry first?
Yes.
If the decision were overturned, would it still then require a 2/3 vote to pass the budget, or would it actually then be considered in order?
That's all it would be. It would then be considered in order. Okay. But then it would still require a motion. We'd have to approve the amendment by a majority vote then. And then it would take a 2/3 vote. If that's approved, then it would take a 2/3 vote to consider the budget in the first place, because once again, it's out of the purpose.
I don't understand, because if the ruling was overturned, then it would still be, how would it still be out of the purpose?
You could appeal it again at that time, but right now the appeal is on whether the amendment is in order. Okay, not whether the main motion is going to be in order. So we have to take it one step at a time. So right now the question is on whether the amendment would be is in order at this time, and it has been appealed. So the chair starts with her debate, and then the members debate. The chair wraps up in a final debate, wraps up her thoughts, and then puts the question whether it should be in order or not. And then we'll move on to the other, if need be.
So right now we're discussing my ruling that this is out of order, correct?
Correct.
So parliamentarian, then I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hands raised.
Am I able to do a point of privilege?
Excuse me, you are interrupting. And I'm speaking to the parliamentarian, asking for advice for all of us. So I'm wondering if I should address the 6 hands raised, or if I go into my comments regarding my ruling.
If any of those hands that are raised are seeking information, you would address them first.
So I'd like everybody with their hand raised to consider if they are seeking information on the issue at hand, which is the discussion on my ruling, or if it's something else. If it's something else, we're going to need to wait until we resolve what's on the table. Hunter, thank you. I see 2 hands raised in your box.
Is a point of privilege acceptable at this time?
I defer to Kevin.
Okay, is it a privileged motion?
I believe so. I may have seen this used incorrectly in other times. I just wanted to clarify, I would never advocate against us doing work with pride. I fully support it. So I just wanted to make that clear. I was just pointing out a hypocrisy. Thank you.
That's just a question of privilege affecting the member, personal privilege. That's fine. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chris Porter. Do you have a question? It's basically what we're asking right now. Chris, you're off mute, but I'm not hearing you. Oh, now you're muted. Chris, did you have a point of information? A request for information? I'm going to pause on Chris and come back to him because I do see that Kathy's hand is raised and she is off mute. Kathy, do you have a request for information?
Yes, I do. It's regarding the motion to appeal the ruling of the chair. I heard the parliamentarian describe that as appealing the ruling of the chair, that the motion is out of order. I heard it that the person was appealing the ruling of the chair, that this is inconsistent with our purpose. And if that were to succeed, it would not take 2/3 vote because the body would have decided that it is consistent with our purpose. I'm sorry, I know I made that sound like a statement, and I apologize, but that's what I've heard, and so I guess I'd like to ask the maker of the motion which ruling of the chair they are appealing.
Madam Chair, can I
Yes,
say there is only one ruling? Okay, the ruling is that it's out of order because it's that the amendment is out of order because it's out of scope of the purpose of the organization. So that's the only thing we're deciding right now. Okay, so that's what we're actually going to be debating on with the chair starting first. Okay, once that's resolved one way or the other, then we can move on to anything else.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much. And I'm going to rely on you to remind me of that probably more than once. Thank you, Kevin. Tara, thank you for waiting. I see your hand is raised. And I acknowledge that Chris had to leave the meeting and return. So apologies, but we'll come to you next, Chris. Thank you, Tara.
I'm for debate, so I don't know if anyone else has a question.
Okay, debate and the hands up for debate is not in order right now. Right now we're doing questions. Okay, once the chair states her points and stuff like that, then people can raise their hands for debate. But not until then. You can't hold your place in the line, so to speak.
Okay, in that case, can I ask the section of Roberts that covered we would still have to do the main motion at 2/3 if the ruling is overturned?
That was hold on, I gotta put my cat down.
Oh no, not the cat.
Yeah, she objects to the consideration. Anyway, a main motion that proposes action outside the scope of the organization's object is as defined in the corporate charter, constitution, or bylaws is not in order unless the assembly by a 2/3 vote authorizes its introduction. So does that make sense? If this
Yeah, I still don't understand how if the overrule pass, that would still apply.
Because all you're overruling right now is whether it's in order, whether the amendment is in order, not the main motion. Okay.
That's correct. We're working on the amendment.
Yeah, okay.
And what we're about to debate is my ruling on the amendment. And so, Tara, let me ask a clarifying question. Were you then asking if my ruling is overturned, which, Kevin, what percentage would that require?
A majority, actually.
Okay, great.
A tie vote sustains the decision of the chair, but so they need a majority to overcome the decision of the chair.
Okay, great. So then, Tara, is your question, if my ruling is overturned, then when we vote on, then do we vote on the
Then we just
budget-
consider the amendment. Then we start debating the amendment.
Okay, thank you. Is that what you were driving at, Tara? Or am I
Right, so then there's no 2/3. We would debate the amendment, it passes or fails on a majority, and if it passes, the budget passes on a majority?
No. If the amendment is adopted, it becomes part of the main motion. And then because the chair is going to rule that it's once again outside the purpose. It's going to require a 2/3 to adopt, to actually even consider it. Okay. You could appeal that decision then if you want to as well. But we have to go through the proper channels here if we're going to be doing this. And so the first channel right now is the appeal of the chair's decision that it's out of order.
Thank you. Thank you. And again, I'll continue to rely on that. Chris, I'm so sorry that you had to leave and join the meeting a few times, but I hope you're here now and that we can hear you. Do you have a point?
When I left the meeting, I wasn't sure if we were at the debating thing because I wanted to support your motion, your ruling. I'm not sure where we are with that.
We're not
Okay.
we're not there yet, but I
Okay.
appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. And so that then you can lower your hand for anything other than a request for information at this time. The next hand up is the chair of LD5, Amy Hamrick.
Thank you, Chair. Kevin, I'm not sure about the correct verbiage here, but can we confirm that we still have quorum to have these votes?
We could determine that, yes. Can we?
We'll pause while Kevin double checks.
Well, it wouldn't be me that was double checking. It'd be somebody counting
Point of order.
heads. Yes.
Excuse me. So the
Point of
question,
order.
I understand, but the chair's speaking right now. My question is calling for a quorum check something that we can do mid-meeting, or is quorum only determined at the start of a meeting?
If the person is raising a point of order that a quorum is not here, not present right now, we have an in-quorum meeting. If that member is raising that point of order, then you would rule on that for that purpose. Okay, but and then you might want to check to be absolutely certain. I don't know. Yeah, I'd have to look to see what your quorum is for this meeting.
Thank you. Well, that's our SAT word of the day, inquorate. And I would like to, before going to any of the other requests for information, I see that our tally chair, Alex Jones, is on and has his hand raised. So I wonder if that is information that Alex has. If you could just share what quorum requirement is and where we sit right now, please.
So with our quorum requirement of 40% and current slots available, it's 22 individuals, and I believe we're well over that, around 38.
Wonderful. Thank you, Alex. I appreciate that very much. Hunter, I see your hands raised, and I wonder if you have a request for information.
I do, Madam Chair. Given that Chris Porter was having technology issues, I just wanted to ask if he heard my point of personal privilege, where I tried to affirm that I would never try to cancel Pride. I was just pointing out that it is not part of our purpose, and it just seemed disingenuous for us to discount my motion when we are doing that. I am advocating for Pride 100%. We should be doing that work at all times, and I have always been an ally.
Thank you. Thank you. And the question stands. Chris, were you able to hear Hunter's previous speech about Pride support?
I was having technology difficulties, but Hunter, I appreciate that. That just kind of spoke a little closer to home than I realized. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both. Thank you.
I have a real quick point of order.
Yes, Hunter?
This is with regards to a code of conduct. I just had a member do this to me. Like, I am watching you. I take that as a threat and intimidation. And I would just like to hear your ruling on that, Chair Baisley. Is that type of behavior acceptable?
I did not see that behavior. I'm sad that you feel that way, because I sometimes see that and I mean it to, I take it to mean, excuse me, I take it to mean, I see you, I'm with you. So I'm not quite sure, not having seen it or understood that a ruling is from me is in order, but I would like to request that everybody in the room please use the maximum amount of what's the right word? Decorum. Please give everybody grace. This is a challenging thing because we are stuck with purpose rules and parliamentary rules that I, for one, am unfamiliar with, eager to learn, and I want to do the right thing in the end, but I want to do it in a way that is most impactful and leaves us safe from being questioned about our actions in the future. I'm particularly mindful of this being, thank goodness, not a request for charitable contribution, but for rent or reparations. And that is something that we can consider. But I want to make sure that we do it in the best way possible in all the ways. I'm going to stop trying to use words because they're not flowing out of me very smoothly right now. So I see 3 hands raised that I'm hoping are request for information. That's where we are right now. Josh, thanks for waiting.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a point of order and say that the point that the KCDCC is being involved in Pride is being outside of our purpose is not correct. That I believe that falls under community outreach, and it is entirely within the bounds of our purpose.
This is
I appreciate that. Do you
Madam
have
Chair,
a-
that's not a point of order. That's debate.
That's correct. That's debate. I appreciate
needs to be
the
recognized
sentiment
for the-
very much, Josh, and I was hopeful that your hand was raised for inquiry, a question at the time. So I will, I appreciate your corroborating, although it was a little bit out of order. Hannah, you have a question for us.
The parliamentarian can let me know if this is inaccurate, but I believe I have a point of privilege. I would just like to have the question called. It's 2.5 hours into this meeting, and I know that we're losing folks to other responsibilities. My understanding, I just don't know where we are. So I guess like point of clarification, like are we expecting the chair to give her speech in the debate? I'm lost, and I doubt I'm the only one. So apologies, but
that is where we're
thank you.
at. That is where we're
Thank
at
you.
right now. Okay, you cannot move the previous question or call the question as you say until there's actually a debate on the floor to be recognized. Once you're recognized for it, you can do that, but not until that point. Not until you're actually recognized for it. So,
if I just am trying to figure out where we are.
So
can you give us the language for that?
If we're finished with questions, the chair could start her reasons why she ruled that way.
Thank you. And I appreciate that. And Hannah, thank you for circling us back around. I appreciate that very much. So I'll try to be brief because we are at 2.5 hours, and I'd been really hoping to have a 2-hour meeting at the most today. I was specifically thinking in my ruling that I wanted to make sure we followed every procedure to a T, so we did not leave ourselves open for any unsavory recourse. I think the Glenn Morgan things were brought up before, anything like that. I don't want to befall King County Dems because we've had in our history struggles, and they're expensive and time consuming and do damage to the organization. In light of that, I can say personally, as you heard when we had our guests that evening when we started talking about this topic in general, that I'm in support of finding a way to do this action and make this kind of support. What I have suggested via email to a number of people in a fairly large distribution list was that we, rather than go directly to affecting our budget, that we build a KCDCC wide committee, kind of like endorsements, doesn't have to be that large because the work won't take quite that long, that can bring back to the body a measured suggestion, back step a little bit, the learning about why it is so important, actions that we can take as individuals and as LD leaders and as a county party, and options for where and how to give our energy and our time and treasure, our energy and our money. And we can then, as a group, act on the work of this well-rounded committee. I fear that going straight to a budget amendment does not leave room for debate on any of that. This work is, while admirable and supported by me as a community member, is not a part of our purpose. And I believe that puts us a little bit at risk, but also leaves the door open for many more go straight to the budget amendments for other good works we might want to support. And I think if we were to take this approach, then it would set apart this work, and it could be something that in the future we, as that committee, might recommend, are able to add that universal support for in our rules and bylaws. So I am looking to pass the budget as it stands now. As you have seen, the budget is very, very minimal. It is core. Even just to keep the lights on, we have to draw down from our reserves. I think that if we took action like this based on a committee recommendation, we could do fundraising to help support this kind of work and not draw down our budget reserves any further. So that's why I voted to, or I made the determination to not support this as it is written, not so that we don't do it, but so that we do it in a way to protect ourselves as an organization and perhaps be able to do more and for longer.
Madam Chair,
Yes, thank
I
you.
ask that the members put their hands down until they're recognized,
Thank you very much.
unless they
So,
have a question, of course.
right. So Kevin, may I ask, now that I spoke first, do individuals from the group speak? Is it
Yes,
them, then me, then me? And how
No,
many?
you speak last again.
I-
After everybody else has exhausted their opportunity to speak once, you speak last, and then you put the question to the members.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, but they should
At-
be lowering their hands now because you can't wait. You can't wait in line, so to speak. Okay,
I appreciate that.
and once you recognize that, say the chair recognizes somebody. But right now, if they unless they have a question, which is interruptible, of course, they shouldn't have their hands up.
I appreciate
So
that.
it looks like
Thank-
Judy has a question.
Looks like she does. So Judy, do you have a question for me?
Yeah, she said that this is outside the core mission of KCDCC. I'm going to go back to the question that Hunter raised earlier. How is it that this is outside the mission, but the Pride project is not? The Pride parade is
Okay.
within the core.
Okay, this is debate once again.
Thank you.
Okay.
That would be
So save
debate.
it for your debate.
And actually, Judy, that question was answered a little bit earlier by another speaker. And I think Hunter understood what he was saying. Am I right, Hunter, or am I making an assumption? You might have been nodding at somebody else in the room when that speaker was happening. I don't want to overstate. Am I okay there? Looking for a nod?
I'm sorry, I was a little bit tuned out.
That's
I missed your
that's okay.
question.
I was saying to Judy that the question of how Pride was viewed differently has been discussed and answered.
Yeah, that's correct. I believe that it falls under outreach that I fully support.
Okay,
Beautiful.
that,
But I
that's a
don't
debate right now
understand.
as
So I'm
well.
going to
So
pause everything now because we're back to having discussion and we should be in debate. But because of technical difficulties, I wanted to make sure that Judy understood and that Hunter was able to make that point because
Can
that
I
was.
make a quick, I did hear the comment about
You
outreach.
can.
I don't understand why this isn't outreach. That's my
no,
point.
So
no.
thank
Okay,
you for asking your question. What I am saying in my discussion is that I would like us to do this as outreach, but what is being proposed is a budgetary payment. It is not an outreach activity or financial support for a method of outreach. I would like it to be that.
Madam Chair, if you're
so-
done debating, I would ask, is there any debate now, and start recognizing people. Hunter, if your hands up for debate, put it down right now until the chair. You have a question.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And you're right. I should not have leapt into that discussion. So thank you. At this time, I'd like to open the floor.
Madam Chair, I believe Hunter has a question first.
Oh, I see. Okay. We do really need a question mark emoji here. That would help a lot. Thank you, Hunter. Your question.
Just point of info or request for information. If we had made this under outreach and done exactly this, and that outreach was to pay reparations as a floor, that would be allowed and that would be defensible to the PDC?
That's
because those are two different things, and I'm just trying to
it
make
is.
sure.
It's an excellent question, and it is one that we haven't in all of the discussions about how to make this good work possible. We have not asked or determined. I don't know that question myself. I would like to defer to our treasurer if she has any insight on that. Diana, do you have any thoughts on if this expenditure were to come out of outreach money? Might that be a possibility within PDC guidelines? Thank you, Diana.
Assuming that the payment is made as a reparations or rent, it is permissible by the PDC. If it is made as a charitable donation, it is not permissible by the PDC, which I think we're all on that same page now. Hunter, okay, good. I wanted to see some heads nod.
So please don't interrupt the speaker.
Sorry, sorry.
Diana, thank you.
The piece that we need to be very clear about as an organization is if we want to, there are a couple of, I'm not going to debate. We just need to be very clear in our statement that we are, if we make this payment, if we make any payment to any organization, because once you make one, right, that we be very, very clear that it is rent or reparation. Those are the exceptions to the donation because it is considered an obligation by this organization.
Madam Chair, may I
think
suggest?
Thank you. Yes,
Okay.
Kevin.
May I suggest that basically the whole argument we're doing right now is whether this is outreach or not? Okay, that's the question we're deciding. If the members think that this is outreach, then it could possibly be the amendment might be in order. Okay, if they don't think it is, then the amendment is definitely not in order.
But I thought what we were debating is the validity of my ruling.
Right, your ruling is that it's out of order.
Yes, that,
Can
and
that
it's
be considered?
out of order as a budget amendment. So
Right.
during the debate on my ruling, is it in order to have a reconsideration of what, or to just, I don't know, do we then have to vote, or can it be accepted what my ruling was? And then the amendment could be reconsidered by the maker as a outreach instead of a fresh line item amendment?
Well, it still wouldn't be outreach. He's still attempting to earmark it for a certain purpose.
To a
Okay,
certain-
regardless of
to
whether
a-
it's
to a
outreach or
sing-
not, it would be like a subsection of outreach.
To a single person
For a single
or
purpose, right.
organization, yeah.
Right. So it's not just outreach in general, because you already have a category for outreach in general. So the question is mainly the main argument is whether this is considered outreach and then would fall under that category. Okay. You're saying, as the chair, you're saying that it's out of order. The amendment is out of order because it's outside the purpose of the organization.
That's
Okay.
correct.
And basically what you're arguing is whether it is outreach or not. That's the main argument that people are actually trying to put forth, if I'm getting this right. Okay, so they can argue the merits that this is outreach. Okay, and should be considered. Okay, and you could argue, and other people can argue the merits whether it's not as well. You know, but basically they're arguing whether they agree with the decision of the chair that at the amendment at this time is not in order. And the chair has made her first statement, so now debate would be in order, either in support or against the chair's ruling.
I will open such debate. Thank you.
Boom, there they all go.
There we go. I see Hunter's hand. Thank you, Hunter.
Niti Yagali Du, Hunter Brown, Shaizi Kalan, Dene Aina, Eshlan Shida, Katnu, Shugu, Shakoya, Kalan Dan. This is absolutely in order. It is outreach. Our organization stole from First Nations artists, and it stole from a local nonprofit whose mission is to elevate Native voices when it played the SIF land acknowledgement video without first getting permission from the video's owner. Our organization further caused harm when we invited local leaders of Native nonprofits to our January meeting with the false promise of paying reparations. Later, leadership admitted they had no intention of doing so. This is outreach, because just put yourself in my shoes. Imagine how it felt for me to go back to my relatives and tell them that there was never an intention of paying anything. Imagine what the Native community is thinking right now of the King County Democrats, who, in trying to honor Native people, stole from them. And imagine what they're thinking right now, watching this meeting, seeing us deliberate, and seeing us take these equity detours that put white comfort and put white voices ahead of the Native members of this organization. I've been part of this org for 8 years, and I've never felt more unwelcome than I do now as an enrolled tribal member. And I have to say, the amount of racism and racist statements and attacks and behavior that I've had to endure since beginning this quest in August, right? I tried to do this. I tried to do it behind closed doors and was stonewalled and was made to jump through hoops of rules that didn't really exist. And why all of this is horrible, what really gets me is the attacks on my relatives and how they are treated. And what really gets me is the fact that I care about this org deeply, and our name has been sullied. So I really hope that we can continue this work and demonstrate solidarity and recognize that this is reparations and this is outreach, because we have to repair we have to make reparations and repair the relationships we've damaged, and we have to pay for the content we stole. You know, we pay our Zoom bill every month. Thank you.
Thank you, Hunter. Kevin, is it appropriate for me to now follow each of the hands in order or respond to each? I'm
No, you don't
unsure.
respond to
I
each.
know that I speak last.
you speak last. That's the yellow tie. You don't respond to individual debate. It would be more proper if you can recognize the debates, the pros and cons in order, alternate back and forth. So you might ask for a.
I think we have one coming.
Yeah. Okay.
From Bryce. So yes, that would be ideal. And again, I wish we had some emojis for that. Also, it's important to recognize that right now we are speaking to the merits of my decision. That's what's at hand right now. Thank you, Bryce, for waiting, and you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I turn 31 tomorrow. It's going to be my birthday. Pretty excited. When I think about other people my age, I try to get them into the Democratic Party. It's hard when we spend the last 40 minutes talking about, do we appeal the motion of the chair on, is the process in order, on can we even pass a budget? This has been very painful. I agree with the member who brought forward the amendment. I want to pay money to the organizations that have been researched and well funded and that the member supports. But the member did not bring forward the resolution, or sorry, the budgetary amendment in the proper channels. We talked about this back in October and November and December and January and February. It is now March. We don't even have a budget passed yet. And when polite, friendly recommendations to help this process along have been proposed to pass this budget and then come back in the next meeting in order to address what the member is proposing. I don't know why we are still talking about this. I don't know why we are 4 layers deep in just such parliamentary procedure, yellow tape. I implore and beg the member, please. I feel like we are held hostage here because the member is not pursuing the regular processes. Everyone agrees with you. The people in this room want to help you, want to give money to the causes that you support, to your family members, to your tribe. But instead, the member, I feel, is swiping at ghosts. I feel earlier the comment about the 2 fingers thing was probably addressed at me because I'm exasperated. I can't believe we're doing this. It wasn't a pointed gesture. It's just like oh my God, I'm sitting here. Tomorrow is my 31st birthday. It's 9:20 at night. I want to be out with my friends having a drink. But instead, we're here without a budget, 4 layers deep. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 hands up. And so I implore everyone, please follow the ruling of the chair. Let's ask the member to get the information that was requested of the member the last time this was up. What organizations do we support? What organizations are we spending money on? We have the understanding about the PDC. Let's just handle it in new business so we don't have to then go through a 2/3 majority vote, then another majority vote after this vote just to get the budget passed. There are regular, normal procedures that we can take that don't land us in this quagmire of parliamentary procedure that end up with us sitting here at now 9:20 p.m. still without any discussion on the real budget. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield my time.
Thank you very much, Bryce. As we go from one to the other, Mary, I see your hand is up next, and because we can't quite tell from just the plain hand, do you view yourself as being the next flip of the switch and the next speaker?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to speak I would like to speak very briefly against the chair's decision. And I would just like to say that it was actually quite helpful to have the preamble put in front of us and also the main purpose of the organization. I did take the liberty of going into the preamble and pulling out what I consider to be some kind of salient language, and I'll just read from it briefly from the preamble. Pulling out these phrases, we pledge to work together to support issues and policies that protect individuals' rights, civil liberties, and social and economic justice for all. I would argue that based on this language, the Yeah.
Your point is,
It does fit within the purpose of the organization. That would be my argument. Thank you.
thank you, much appreciated. Thank you, Mary. I am asking now for speaker speaking in favor of the chair's ruling.
That would be me.
Um, would that be you, Chris?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Chris.
I want to come on camera. Okay. First of all, I'd like to say that the previous speaker before who brought up reparations hit a point for me that reparations is a difficult topic. But what I'd like to zero in on is this organization prides itself on following the rules, and we spend an enormity amount of time debating what those rules are and how we should follow them. And I don't know if any of you were aware, but the last time organizations stepped out of those rules, it just rained, excuse me for saying this, hell on LDs because we didn't, quote, follow the very rules that we were supposed to. This trips into territory that we shouldn't knowingly bring into question. There are a lot of unanswered questions. Can we realistically do this? Can we legally do this? Can we do this without a way that doesn't bring ire and question over what we're going to do? And I have to say, again, just going back to the Glenn Morgan thing, I just don't think it's worth it. By the way, my husband and I have been giving to the Duwamish tribe for land use for the last 12, 13, 14 years. Individuals here who are that passionate about it, there is nothing stopping you from doing that. There is a plethora of organizations that all of us can individually give to and keep this organization out of trouble or even the question of trouble. That is why if you're really that passionate about it, take the step that I took. Pick the organization that you're most passionate about, the indigenous ones, whether they're tribes or supportive organizations, and donate. I don't think that we should knowingly or even question bring KCDCC into something that it can't find its way out or to get out of will cost hundreds, if not thousands of dollars to do so. That's what it cost the 34th. It almost upended the 37th. It almost upended other organizations through the PDC. It isn't worth it. And if all of us individually are that passionate, there's nothing stopping us from taking our individual dollars and giving to those organizations, those tribes that we so passionately care about, as I have been doing for the last 10, 12 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. I appreciate that. The next speaker will be a speaker in opposition to the chair's ruling. And Lisa, with your hand raised, can I assume that you're that next speaker?
I am, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Please go ahead.
Thank you. No, I want to correct some misinformation. We can legally do this. This amendment is completely been legally vetted. I feel like we all agreed on that actually. So I don't know why that was in question. This is all legal and on the up and up. I am against this ruling because I just want to be honest. More specifically, I'm against also just the suggestion of this formation of a quote unquote well-rounded committee really is because it's not about information gathering at this point. It's not about due diligence. It's about delay. And it's more specifically, it is centering white comfort at the exact moment that we are being asked to act with courage. We already did this work. We had that committee, the ad hoc committee studied this issue, brought forward a recommendation, and it was made up of a majority of Native members whose voices and expertise and lived experience should have been more than enough, more than sufficient to guide this body. So when we are now told that we need a committee that, quote, represents the full county, we need to ask, what does that really mean? Because too often, full representation becomes a coded way of recentering white voices and diluting the leadership of those who are most impacted and who already did this work. I want to speak directly, especially to our white members of the body here, because if this ruling to kill this amendment makes you comfortable, if it feels reasonable and prudent, and feels like it's putting us in the right direction, well, there's a reason for that, because many have been conditioned to expect comfort. before the compassion, or expect process before progress, and ease before equity. But justice work is not comfortable. Repairing harm is not comfortable. And if we are waiting to feel comfortable before we act, and we are choosing to not act at all, this ruling is an off-ramp, really. It gives us a way to say no, not yet, instead of yes, let's do it. And a lot of times, no, not yet becomes no, not ever. We don't need another committee. We need accountability, and that's what this is trying to get at. We need action. I urge you to, members of this body, please overturn this ruling so we can move forward with this work. The groundwork has been laid over the months. I felt like we're this close to it because this has been discussed on emails and committees. And I'm sorry that members here haven't seen that, but it has been done. And really, this didn't have to lead us down this elongated path tonight. I'm sorry it has. I just urge us to overturn this and get back to the pathway, the amendment and the budget, and we can do that work. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Tara, may I assume that your statement is not in support of the ruling of the chair? And if so, may I move to the next speaker whose statement is?
That is correct.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Josh, I wonder if your statement is in support of the ruling of the chair.
It is, yes.
Thank you. You're our next speaker.
Okay.
Please go with the floor.
Yeah, so kind of just piggybacking on what Chris was saying, I think we should be very considerate of the type of precedent that this type of decision would make. I think it does potentially open up the organization to some unforeseen complications that might really compromise us in the future. Secondly, I don't believe this is a community outreach. I think from the individual's own words, it seems to suggest this is out of some sort of reaction to some perceived slights from meetings from previous months, that this is somehow necessary because of that, which I also take offense to. I think to suggest that many of us we are all here in good faith. We're trying to do right by our communities, and wanting to have more information about something that could have significant ramifications for this organization or for our local Democrats as a whole. I think that is just distasteful.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, Josh. Thank you. I'd like to revert to Tara. Tara, thank you for waiting, and I'm glad I didn't overly assume. You have the floor for your statement in opposition to the chair's ruling.
Okay. First, I would remind the body that we are debating the chair's ruling, which was that this was out of order as going beyond.
And your statement would be.
And I am disagreeing with the chair's ruling. I'm a little disappointed that a lot of this debate actually sounds like debate on the amendment and not debate on the chair's ruling. To speak in opposition to the chair's ruling that this goes against our bylaws, I would build on what Mary Scanlon said regarding the preamble. Another aspect in the preamble is that we are committed to the principles of the Democratic Party and the United States of America. That is the first sentence. One guide to the principles of the Democratic Party would be perhaps the state platform, which several times supports reparations for towards Native American tribes, including the ultimate plank in the 2024 platform, as a form of reparations for the genocide committed against Native Americans, provide funds to tribal nations for housing, health, education, and economic development, which would seem to fall into what was discussed by our visitors in the January meeting. This is totally within the realm of commitment to the principles and working to support social and economic justice for all. It is absolutely within the bylaws of this body to support this. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing information that is additive to the discussion. I appreciate that, Tara. Kat, may I call on you next if your comments are in support of the ruling of the chair?
Yes, they are. Thank you, Madam Chair. I am reading the preamble and the purpose, and I can't agree with my colleagues here. I do fervently agree with the previous statement that people seem to be arguing the amendment itself, not the chair's ruling. When I read the purpose of in our bylaws, I'm not seeing anything in our purpose that says that's articulating everything I'm reading supports the chair's position. I don't know. I think part of what I'm confused and frustrated about is that I don't hear anybody arguing that this isn't a good idea to do a thing. What I'm in great sympathy with Bryce, who just simply wants to celebrate his birthday in 2 hours. And in the meantime, we're still not even near to actually passing the budget. I'd love to see us respect that the chair asked us to pass the budget and then address this through a regular process. That seems really reasonable to me. It would only take a majority vote to actually pass that budget, and then we can actually have the conversation, as we all seem to want to do. Is it in order, Madam Chair, may I make a comment, a factual statement about something someone else raised?
I think right now we are just able to discuss the ruling of the chair, but I appreciate your thoughts on clarifying information raised.
Okay, someone made a couple of accusations, and I think they're factually incorrect. When it's appropriate, I'd love to make a statement about that. Thank you.
Appreciated. Thank you. Thank you, Kat. Kathy, I see your hand is raised, and may I assume that you would be speaking against the ruling of the chair?
That is correct. Thank you. Am I next?
You are, yes.
I'm very sympathetic to the young man who's about to, I'm also very jealous of the young man who's about to celebrate his young birthday. About the time it's taking, so I'm going to try and be extremely brief. One point I do want to share is that I have a very close working relationship with the General Counsel of the Public Disclosure Commission. I discussed this issue with him in length, and I hope this is settled, but he was very clear we are in very safe territory here. The other issue I want to address is this outreach? I will tell you, I've been talking to a lot of my friends, and after the first of the year, I was expecting a lot of them would join the party, join the 46 LD. And when I shared with them this debate and the pushback that a member of the 46 had received, they all decided they wouldn't join the party. So to say that this isn't consistent with our purposes is inaccurate. I think the chair made a ruling that is subjective, and chairs have to do that. I'm not saying that that's necessarily wrong, but I think it's a subjective one. My subjective experience is the resistance to this has hurt us. And I'm a data person. You can say, 4 data points doesn't prove anything, but it's my perception. And if it happened to me, I'm quite sure it's happening to others. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. I see that Robin, Bunny, and Aaron have their hands raised. Robin, may I ask, are you speaking in support of the ruling of the chair? If so, you can have the floor.
Yes, I am speaking in favor of the ruling. I really appreciate all the conversation that's gone on and the passion that goes into this issue. And I'm going to remain focused on the basis for the ruling, which is, does this meet the criteria of our purpose? And I don't believe it does. We are a democratic organization that is dedicated to using our money to get people elected, to communicate and collaborate with other organizations. And furthermore, we are in a time where our democracy is at stake and our budget has been slashed. And I cannot see doing this at that time, at this time. It's, you know, with no accountability. The other thing is, I wouldn't consider giving money for rent outreach. Outreach involves, you know, building relationships and working with people on common goals. And, you know, what we should be doing is working to get more natives elected. That's what I would like to see us do as an organization. And that is much more in line with our purpose and our preamble. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Robin. Bunny, if your statement is in opposition to the chair's ruling, then it is in order for you to speak right now.
Yes, and I'm going to disagree with you, Beth.
That's okay, Bunny. This is a worthy discussion to have, and we're friends, whether we agree on everything or not. So thank you.
I think enough research was done and enough information was gathered from the PDC to say that it is legal. And certainly to me, it seems that it does fall within our purview. More than that, as a Native woman, a Northern Cheyenne woman, I think that for outreach to the community, it is very important for us to categorize it as rent or reparations, to show that we are recognizing the historical harms that have been done to the tribes and the people of the tribes. And that this is just a very small gesture to say yes, we're on your land and here's some rent money. And I disagree with you that it doesn't meet our purview. So.
Thank you, Bunny. And thank you for your concise comments. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. Aaron, I see your hand is raised, and if you are speaking in support of the chair's ruling, then you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, my point of view is to support the chair's ruling. When looking at the preamble, do feel that it adds a lot of context to understand what's going on when it talks about us as Democrats pledging to work together across legislative districts and King County to support efforts with government, policy, and candidates. Those are the things that drive us. And other work that we do then would be in support of that. So where we would need to do things to help candidates, what are the activities that work that way? Who are the organizations we'd work with, and how would we support those other organizations? And so in that reading, I see this ruling as completely correct. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Seeing no other hands raised, I'll confirm with the parliamentarian that the chair is then the last speaker and that it is my turn.
That is correct.
Thank you. During the course of all of the comments, I had so many thoughts, some of them brilliant, most of them not. But given that we have been debating this for quite some time now, I would like to share with you just a couple of things. One, I would like to be able to do this work. I would like to follow through on the offer that I made to Derek in that meeting, that we will engage with him and his organizations, do outreach work around elections, and that we could at some point find our way to support them through appropriate means. That is absolutely work I intend to follow through on. And even if it's just me that goes down and does it, because I am a great volunteer and I would love to lead many of us or just do it myself. My concerns are, as I stated before, that this leaves us a little bit vulnerable. And I think that there's another way we could arrive at the same solution rather than just going straight to a budgetary amendment that may or may not be adequate to protect us or provide a reason for all of the future years to continue to do this work. I'd also like to make note that our preamble is pretty subjective and we could use it to justify a lot of work, and it's possibly written that way just for that reason. But we do need to be aware that that is not a definitive statement in the preamble. The way it is and our stated purpose further down in the rules. And that our democratic plank supporting this work is very governmentally reparations focused. So I hate to hang my hat on that as our reason, and I don't think that would stand up later. Again, coming back to my purpose is to make sure we do this work properly, that we do it with great guidance. Not a lot of work has been done with my involvement, and I would like us to have a solid month to do that good work and to bring an expenditure forward that is paired with action and has full buy-in and everybody feels great about it. That is my intent, is that we do this in a way that everybody feels fully supportive on and that we can move forward confident we're not setting ourselves up for some later troubles, as we have seen some LDs fall into. So that is why I ruled against the motion as it was. Now that I've made my final statement, I'd like to confirm with the parliamentarian that now I call for a vote on my ruling,
Right.
correct?
Shall the decision of the chair be sustained? And then you
Thank
vote
you for the
whatever
appropriate
method of
wording.
voting you use.
So we do have a ballot that will be put into the chat, and everybody has received their ballot validation codes. And I want to make sure I say this correctly, Kevin. The vote at hand is, and I've already forgotten what you just said.
It will require a majority to overrule your decision.
A majority to overrule my decision
Mhm.
which would be to disallow the motion as it stands, as
Correct.
as an amendment to the budget that is proposed.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
If it's a
And
tie, it doesn't do it. So,
got it. Thank you.
and I
Good for
believe
us
Hunter
all.
has a question.
I believe so Hunter, do you have a question for us?
I
If
move
so,
we use reaction votes.
not this evening, but thank you for asking the question.
Request for information.
Yes, sir.
Historically, we have not used balloted votes except for endorsements. The only time it has come up was when this was brought up before the body before.
What is
Why
your
are we not being
question?
transparent about people's votes on this matter?
Thank you for that question. The chair made a decision several months back that all of our voting would go to our balloted votes. It also provides us a method of holding those results if need be, where our reactions on the screen are very temporary. Julie, I see your hand is raised and I wonder if you have a question for us.
I do. For information, is if we could know before we break to the ballots, how will it be phrased so that I know I'm voting
I
the way I
know,
want to?
I'm confused on that also, and I want to make sure we do that correctly as well. I see Alex Jones, who helps us prepare our ballots, has put something into the chat. And so the question at hand is, should Chair Baisley's decision ruling Hunter Brown's FY26 amendment out of order be overturned? And this is
No, be sustained.
Oh, thank you. So we're voting to,
Okay.
should
So
it
essentially,
be sustained?
a yes vote means that you're for it, the ruling. A no vote means you're against it.
Thank you. May I ask Alex to please pop that revision into the chat? And thank you, Kevin, for really answering Julie's question, which was, what are we voting on? And can we be clear on what our answer means?
Right.
To me, it looks like chat has been disabled.
It has been disabled for everybody except the tally and credentials team, who are going to put into chat the corrected question.
And Madam Chair, you
Yes,
can vote
sir.
on this.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay, so your ballot will be the question, should Chair Baisley's decision ruling Hunter Brown's FY26 amendment out of order be sustained? A yes vote means that Chair Baisley's ruling stands. A no vote means that Chair Baisley's ruling is overturned. And as soon as we have a link in the chat, there we go. We welcome everybody to please cast their ballot.
Excuse me, Chair.
Yes, do you have a
This is Chris.
question?
Yes, I do. The
Yeah.
unique voting member. Where is that?
That would have been received in your email a couple days ago. I will ask our tally committee if they can message you directly with what your code is. Tally committee, if you could give Chris Porter a hand, please, as Chris has a star next to his name, so he's a voting member of his LD. Just a note, if people are searching their inboxes, these emails seem to have been received, although sent all at one time over quite a bit of a duration. And in fact, one of our members was received at like 1 a.m. on the 17th. So yours might be during that hour as well if you're searching. And if you are, please raise your hand and we will seek to help you. And to the Tally and Credential Committee, I see that Carolyn Harp has rejoined the meeting and is in the waiting room. Thank you for recognizing that. I appreciate it. Oh, and I see another one was received at like on the 23rd, again in the night. So if you're searching, do search well. And if you'd like a hand, please raise your hand. We're happy to offer that. I have more information I can share if anybody is having difficulty finding their codes, but I see no hands raised, so I will assume that everybody can vote. Noting that voting member from LD5, Carolyn Harp, just joined. If we could please put in the chat the voting link again. Carolyn, I want to make sure.
Oh, no, I voted, and when I voted, I somehow got out of Zoom and I couldn't get back in, so it did let me join again. It's kind of weird.
It is weird. I got booted earlier for unknown reasons as well. So I'm glad you're back, and I'm very glad you voted. Thank you, Carolyn.
Beth,
Chris?
this is Chris Porter. I still don't have that code. And who sent the email? Because like I got a bunch of them, but none of them have that code.
Sure. So this email that I will put the title of it would be, I'm just going to put that in the chat because it could be in more than one place. Oh, sorry, wrong spot. My bad. This is the title of the email that may have come again on the 23rd. It is KCDCC Executive Board Meeting Voting Code for March 24, parentheses, corrected date inside, end parentheses. And while you are on that happy search, I see a hand raised from Brandon. Brandon, I'm assuming that you need a hand finding your voting code, or do you have another question?
No, Chair, I just have a question. There was a lot of debate about how much time this meeting was taking, and this vote is taking forever. I'm just curious if you could provide some insight as to why we can't just do hands up voting. It just is so much faster. Thanks.
Sure. So I did just a moment ago mention that we're much more able to save the votes if we need to for posterity. And I've decided that it's helpful for folks to feel secure in casting their ballot without being viewed across the room. So that's why we're doing it this way. Thank you. Alex, I see your hand is raised, and I wonder if you have a question, if you need to contact one of the members, or if you have a result for us.
It was a question, or excuse me, a comment, I guess, for Chris Porter. He had mentioned he didn't have his code. I did send him a message with his voting code in Zoom, if you check your private messages.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hi, Alex. I see your hand is raised again.
Yes, I have results, as the results have not changed for a minute or so now.
I'd like to make sure that Chris's vote gets in. Can you confirm that his vote's received?
That I can.
Thank you. You can do it, or it is.
It is confirmed.
Wonderful.
Madam
Thank
Chair, ask is there anybody who wants to vote already voted? That's all.
Have all the credentialed members that would like to vote, have you voted? I will say that quietness means yes, they have. So I would like our tally committee to share the results, and if they could be put in the chat as well, please.
Yeah, so the results.
I see a green check from Rachel Snell. Rachel, did you have a question or a concern? Was your vote able to come in? Or you are you credentialed now?
I did vote. Like the question was, were you able to vote? And that was my check mark for yes. Sorry, you don't want to be. I don't want to make things more complicated than they already are. But
okay. Glad that it worked out. And again, welcome. Thank you. Okay.
It's so cool to be able to vote now. It's awesome.
That's right. Super cool. I agree. Hi, Alex. Back to you.
Yeah, so the results were, let me just double check, nothing else came in. The results were 24 yays to 13 nays. So the ruling is sustained.
Actually, the chair declares that, but yes.
Sorry.
Thank you.
I didn't want to say the motion fails.
So 24 in favor of the ruling, standing 13 to overturn the ruling. So my decision ruling, the amendment out of order, has been sustained. Thank you very much for that work. I believe now we go back to voting on the budget as recommended from the Finance Committee. Am I correct?
Correct.
Great, thank you.
And if there's any debate,
yes, I wonder if Josh might be able to display that budget, and I will ask for any debate on the budget as written and as proposed by the Finance Committee. And it looks like Galaxy has a question about the budget. And Galaxy, do you need us a minute to pop it up for you, or are you good to go?
No, I'm good. I'm wondering, I don't even know how to, so I have an amendment I want to make to the budget, but I feel like it'd be a long discussion and it's super late. Is there a motion I can make to delay us discussing the budget more until next month so that we can discuss the amendment without me taking up a bunch of everyone's time?
So at our next meeting, an amendment would still be in order.
Okay, that makes so much sense. I don't know how
Yeah.
things work.
We can, I'm not sure I do either, Galaxy, so welcome to the club. But I believe that we can do that. And you know, we all want to do this, we all want to do this work, but we can continue to address it. So thank you for your good question. I appreciate it. Hunter, do you have a question about the budget as it's presented by the Finance Committee?
No, I actually just wonder if we could amend outreach to stipulate that we're going to pay $18.55 to Sun for each tier of the budget and raise those floors up accordingly.
So you would like
Madam
to?
Chair?
Yes, Kevin?
Okay, that would that be in order, because it essentially brings up the same question again. And that question has been decided, and it wasn't in order.
Yeah, the question of making a line item decision on a payment to a particular other group has been discussed and decided. The question of could we amend this budget to increase the outreach budget has not been discussed, if I'm correct there. Right now, the budget we're about to pass for outreach is $500 in total.
Yeah, that's why I was asking if we could amend it to pay reparations to Sun under outreach and raise the core budget an additional $18.55 and raise the basic budget an additional $18.55.
So I think and I'm going to make a statement that's also a question to Kevin and to Diana. I think that we could create an amendment to increase a level of an existing line item, but I don't think that it would be in order to add a stipulation to that committee for how to spend that money. That could be brought to that committee at a later date, but that we could address the dollars, and the ruling has already been made on the specific donation purpose. Kevin and Diana, am I reading that correctly?
That would be what I would agree to as well. That question has been substantially answered already.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
It doesn't prohibit it, bring it up and renew again at another meeting.
Right.
But not at this meeting.
Right.
So we could renew it now, and then the outreach committee could meet and decide if they wanted to do that.
Renew what?
We could increase the amount now, and then the outreach committee could meet and decide if they wanted to add reparations to the description. Is that correct? Or how that money?
That would probably that would pretty much cover everybody's butt, yes.
Okay. Can I make that motion that we'd increase, the core and the basic budget under outreach by $18.55 each. And we could put reparations in there, and then the outreach committee could decide if they wanted to pay reparations and how.
That part would be later. Okay.
That would be at a later date. We could do the dollar piece, and then we could go back to the committee and do the work.
All right, let's do that. That's my motion. We'll just do the dollars. Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. So there's a motion to amend the budget by increasing the dollar amount. I'd like to ask a question, if a point of information is appropriate, Kevin, to our treasurer, based on our ability to do that. I want to make sure that we're not overstepping bounds, because I don't know.
Okay, well, it really wouldn't be anybody else's thought. I mean, the chair, the treasurer can actually debate one way or the other the merits of increasing it or not, but
Okay.
not.
That's
But
the
then
better,
when she's
that's the better
recognized, yeah,
way. That's the better way to do it then. I think that,
probably yes. Or
yes,
some member can have a request for information from the chair how to affect the budget and whether we had the money to cover something like that, and the chair can defer to the treasurer that way as well. Either way, yeah, the treasurer gets to speak on it if she
eventually.
wants to. Yes.
I would like to then call for, I believe it's appropriate to call for debate on this proposed amendment to raise, excuse my hiccup, to raise the amount of money in the outreach budget by 1857. Am I remembering that correctly? Hunter, can you help me? I want to get it right because I'm
1855, an additional 18.
1855.
Basically,
And I'm sorry, it'd be 1855 in each tier. So it'd be
Okay, got it. I got you. I just wanted to
Thank
make
you.
sure I said it correctly.
Madam
Perfect.
Chair.
Yes, sir.
Okay, basically, you're moving to strike at under outreach 521.30 and insert was it 2355 and whatever that the other number is.
Thank you.
1855 plus that, yeah.
Hunter, may I rephrase your motion to say it that way?
Yes.
That
Thank you.
the motion is rephrased by the chair to restate the outreach budget at the core level to be, somebody fill in the math for me.
2355.
2355, thank you. And at the basic level be 3985.
Yep, that's what I got.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
It's very slow mental math on my end, but thank you for hanging with me. So that is the motion, and now we are open for debate on that. And it is just at that. And
request for information?
Yeah, yes, Amy, a request for information.
Sorry, I just want to double check that we're not, this is raising the entire budget by that amount. We're not lowering another line item.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
That is correct. Hi, Lisa, I see that your hand is raised, and I wonder if you have a question or if you'd like to speak in debate.
Oh, yeah, I thought it was time for debate. I was going to speak.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, you might
Yes.
recognize Hunter first if he wants to, because he did make the amendment, the motion.
I have a question, a point of information.
Okay, thank you, Kat.
A request for
request for
thank you. A request for, sorry, I don't know what, anyway, request for information. Thank you. Since the budget itself was submitted by the committee, it would require a simple majority to pass. Would an amended budget that would no longer require a simple majority? Is that correct? It would require a 2/3 majority?
No, it would require just a majority as well.
Oh, I see. Okay. And then the amendment itself, what threshold does that need to meet?
Also a majority.
Also a majority.
Right. The committee's responsibility is to propose a budget. What the membership does with it afterwards is by majority.
Okay, thank you. That's different than endorsement. So thank you for that.
Yes.
And I'd like to correct what just went into the chat. The motion is to restate the outreach budget, striking the $500 in core, but then the is that the correct math, Hunter? I think that is. Yes. Thank you. Never mind. So what's in chat is 100% correct. Okay. If there are no other questions, I think we can move to the debate on this amendment to the budget. And Josh, do you have a question?
Yes, I do have a question.
Thank you. Go for
Yeah,
it.
so I was just wondering if this money is being put in this without any specific clarification for what its purpose is. Is that correct? We're just adding
We're
this number.
adding money so that the outreach committee can do their work to determine how to spend the budgeted funds.
So just how they can, so then the outreach committee can then determine as necessary how to spend this
That's
amount.
correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks. Great question. Seeing no other questions, we can move to debate on the motion to restate the outreach budget. And I see the first hand raised is Lisa's. And since we don't have a pro or a con, we're going to start with Lisa and then we'll switch to whatever the other side is. Hi, Lisa, you have the floor.
Hey, thank you. Yeah, I'm supportive of this amendment. I I appreciate the work that's been done to find a room for this. I I trust Andrew and his committee will do the due diligence and consideration of the spirit of this increase so that it's relayed to him that what this purpose was. I also recognize that he doesn't have to spend the money if something happens and there's some reason they make whatever decision they make. The budgets are just like a ceiling, not a requirement to spend. So I get that this is not necessarily money spent just quite yet.
But it's aspirational. Yeah.
But it does, yeah, it's aspirational and but it does, it does allow our budget to be what it's supposed to be, a moral document that tells who we are, what we value, and who we're willing to show up for, not just in our words, but in our actions. I know there's a lot more to say about this, but it's late. I will just end with that. As much as I value Beth's opinion as much as everyone else's, I don't believe the chair can engage in debate without first handing off the gavel to someone else. And that's just maybe the parliamentary.
I'm not in the debate.
I know, but he said earlier, Kyle or Kevin, I'm sorry, I don't see his name in front of me.
Okay, that would be a conversation or a point
Yeah.
of interest as opposed to debating the motion at hand.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to debate. Sorry about that. Anyways, okay, I'm done.
Thank you. Super. Brandon, may I ask, are you do you have your hand raised to speak against the motion to restate the outreach budget?
No, I'm speaking for.
Okay, then if you don't mind waiting, I'll see if there is anybody speaking against. Okay, thank you. Hey, Kat, I'm wondering if you are speaking against.
I am.
Please, you have.
Shall I go ahead?
Yes,
Okay.
please. Thank you.
Just briefly, I am not a fan of these kinds of taking a document that was worked on by a committee over an extended period of time and was really thought through within the bounds of, what kind of funding we have, et cetera. And based on, and amending it on the fly without really looking at overall, how are we going to replace that money and where is that money going to come from? And the kind of doing it on the fly in the middle of a meeting, I personally would far prefer to respect the work of the committee, pass the budget, and then go back and figure out how do we pay for things? Where is that money coming from? Can we actually afford it? I've seen LD budgets blown up like this on the floor so often that just end up in, like, it's a great idea. I want to do it. But let's follow our regular procedure. And I just like to respect the work of the committee, pass the budget as they devised it, and then head back and figure out how we can do the thing that we want to do, right? Not arguing against doing the thing. I'm arguing against just adding it, ad hoc into the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Kat. I appreciate that perspective. And now I'd like to come to Brandon. Hi, Brandon. Thank you for joining us and for waiting patiently. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'll start by just saying that we are not a rubber stamp, and I'm glad that we get to give our input on this, and I'm also grateful to the Budget Committee for putting their time into this. However, I think, one thing as Democrats that we've really failed on is outreach, and to look at this budget and see, I don't know, $9,000 for infrastructure just to keep us alive, and then like the outreach being $2,000, it's absurd. So yeah, anything we can do to give the outreach more money to be able to do the things to get people knowing who we are and what we do, that's a good use of funds in my book. Thanks.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Brandon. That's I really appreciate also you coming back to the focal point of the committee's work and being able to do
Madam
more.
Chair.
So thank you. And I'm now yes, Kevin?
That's kind of borders on debate.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I apologize. And I'm just trying to appreciate a fresh voice in the room. My bad. I apologize. Thank you for calling me on it. Thank you. So that was in support of the motion to restate the budget, correct, Brandon? And so then we would be looking for a speaker against the motion to restate the
To
outreach.
amend the budget.
To amend the budget. Thank you. Thank you. And Robin, are you speaking against amending the budget?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
I guess I have to agree with Kat. I really feel like this has been a work in progress for many months and probably a lot of agonizing debates over where to put how much money. And we don't have that much money. And, you know, one of my questions during, you know, when we talked about this initially was I'm really concerned about the very limited funds we put into security. I'm also very concerned about the survival of our democracy right now. And given our speakers tonight, I just feel like the reason this is being put in here is so that people can use that money to pay rent. Okay, and that's what it's in there for. So I don't know why we can't just approve the budget as it was written and then go back to the budget committee and hash it out with them. I mean, to put it in there and pretend like it's not for that is disingenuous, because that's what we're doing here. So I am against that. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. I appreciate your words. And I see Hunter's hand is up next. Hunter, I think I can assume that it's your turn in the shot clock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, you know, nothing says that the outreach committee is even going to spend this money. It is at their discretion. While, you know, I hope that they will follow the intent of this motion and that they will find a way to pay reparations. Nothing guarantees it. That being said, I've known Andrew a long time. I think a lot of you do. He is a person with tremendous integrity and honor. He's not going to take that money and decide to just go blow it on staff mileage or something crazy like that because suddenly we decided to give him more money. He is a very responsible individual, and I trust him implicitly. So that being said, I don't think that that's something that's of a concern. I'll also point out that we've got $60,000 in the bank. I will also point out, and please don't, no offense, Kevin, you're doing a great job. Clearly you are helping Beth a lot and us a lot. But we're the only LPO in the state that's paying a parliamentarian $300 a meeting.
Are you speaking, excuse me, Hunter, are you speaking to the motion at hand? If you are not, then you are out of order, and I ask you to please stay in line with where the conversation is. We're trying really hard.
Okay,
Thank you.
I thought that it had to do with changing the amount in outreach and whether or not.
We are talking only about the motion at hand of raising the outreach money at each level of our budget. We're not discussing the parliamentarian. Thank you. I am now looking for somebody opposed to the motion of amending the outreach line item. Tara, may I assume that you are not in opposition to this motion?
Correct.
And Nathaniel, may I ask, are you speaking in opposition to the motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to call the question.
And I'll defer because I see three more speakers, including some who have not yet weighed in on anything. Yes,
Madam
Kevin.
Chair, was the member recognized?
No, I asked Nathaniel if he was speaking against the motion.
Okay, well, you can recognize them for that purpose of calling the question. But it takes a 2/3 vote to actually call the question, to move the previous question, and that would end debate. So is that the intent of the member? To force a
Yes,
vote?
that's exactly what I said. I'm aware of parliamentary procedure. I'd like to call the question.
Yes.
So it requires a
No,
second.
thank you.
Okay.
Is there a second to calling the question?
Second.
Okay, so now that motion is undebatable. So you have to take a vote for it now. It takes 2/3 to end debate.
It takes 2/3 to end debate.
Can you restate the motions that we're voting on?
The motion you're voting on now is to end debate. Is the previous question, or calling the question is more commonly what it's called, but the motion in Roberts is moving the previous question. And basically what it means is that you're moving to end debate. And because it requires, it actually limits the rights of members, because members have a right to debate, okay? And anything that limits the rights of members requires a higher majority than just a simple majority. It takes a 2/3 to do it. So that's why we're voting, and it's an undebatable motion. So now we're just voting on whether to end debate.
So I think that means hands.
Or if you want to make it really easy, okay, if there's no objection, you'll close debate.
And I did see that there had been 3 hands at the time.
So there might be an objection.
So there might be an objection, but I will ask, is there an objection to ending debate at this time and voting on the motion at hand? Is there objection?
Yes, yes, there is. I mean, there's only three additional hands up, and I mean, likely, it's probably going to take just as much time to vote on this as it would to hear the 3 people that would like to speak.
I don't disagree with you, Josh. I don't disagree with you.
Okay, Madam Chair.
Yes.
The question is now on whether to end debate. So we have to take the vote.
Okay. Here comes a link. One moment, the link will be here. And our question is, do we end debate? That's what it's going to look like.
Close enough.
Yep. Okay, everybody, please take a moment to copy that link into an open browser window. Again, if you have trouble with your voting code, please let us know. And Kevin, can I ask for a clarification? This is 2/3 vote to end debate?
Right, 2/3 of those of the votes cast, yes.
Of the votes cast, because we are thereby limiting each member's rights in the room. And that takes 2/3.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I really like the enthusiasm of the choices of yay or nay, but in this instance, yay should be spelled Y-E-A. Also, some of us may feel like spelling it Y-A-Y when we talk about ending debate.
Actually, if it's a voice vote, it would be aye and no.
Right.
Okay, if it's a ballot vote like it is here, it would actually just be yes or no.
Alex, I see your hand is raised. I wonder if you have a question or information to offer.
I have results if you would like.
Yes.
Ask if everybody has a chance to vote.
Thank you for reminding me. I'd like to confirm that everybody has had a chance to cast their ballot. And if you have not had a chance to vote, please come off of mute and tell us so, because hands are still raised with other comments. Seeing, apologies, hearing no concerns, that I think we can safely assume everybody's had a chance to vote. And Alex, you can share with us, please, your findings and pop them into chat.
Yeah, so with 33 votes cast, 72% yes, 27% no.
Number of votes,
Just
not
the number
percentage.
of votes.
24 yay, 9 nay.
24 yay and 9 nay, which indicates that debate is now
The previous
closed.
question has been ordered.
Big phrase there.
All right.
Previous
Now we move
question
on
has
to
been
the
ordered.
vote.
And now we will
on the
vote
amendment.
on the amendment. Thank you. So shortly you'll see another form in the chat that will be voting on the amendment. And the motion is to restate the outreach budget, striking 500 in core and replacing it with 2355, and striking 2130 in basic and replacing it with 3,985. Thank you. Give that tally team a chance. I see a hand is still raised, and I wonder if that is a question or an inability to vote. No, okay, good. Thank you. And here is our form. And I see, thank you very much. Thank you all for patiently utilizing that code to do a vote. And if anybody's having any troubles, please do let me know. Come right off mute and give us a shout out. We want to help you so that your vote is tallied and included. All right, tally committee, how are we looking? I see there's a question from Rachel, or were you going to ask the same question, Rachel?
I don't know. I was just so is this the same voting that we did the last time?
So it's the same methodology. Clicking that link, you get to a Google form and you fill out your name and your code.
Is the one that I already voted for?
If you voted on the question that's in the chat right now, should the outreach budget be amended?
I didn't get the. Is it the same?
They each have unique links. So in the last thing in the chat, there's the link is at the bottom. On my computer, it's highlighted in blue. I don't know if that's consistent for everybody though.
Because the last thing I got was a forms, which was for the other one.
So why don't you try clicking this link and see what happens?
Are you gonna put in the chat?
It's in the chat now. We can restate it in the chat. It's at the bottom of the chat. Oh, it's restated in the chat. So it's refreshed, I should say, refreshed in the chat.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, super duper. We'll wait a moment.
I have a question too. I was trying, is that okay? Can I ask?
Yeah, of course, Lisa.
I was trying to message Alex, but I can't chat to him. We had a substitution for RLD vote. Brandon Monson is going to be voting in place of Galaxy. And I see he says he voted, but I know he doesn't have the star, so I wanted to make sure his vote went through.
Why?
A Galaxy's in the room.
I know, but I thought Galaxy said she wasn't going to vote. But if Galaxy is voting, awesome. I thought last I heard she wasn't voting, so sorry.
So actually,
There are no proxies either.
No, but that person is in the line of succession. So the real question is, are we not exceeding the number of votes allowed for LD 46? Correct on that number?
Yeah, and I assumed only the stars would get counted. Only people with stars would get counted. So yeah,
So Alex can speak to that because they try and stay on top of who's in the room at the moment. But it is, as you noted, kind of difficult when the room changes over the course of the evening. So Alex, can you confirm for us, to answer Lisa's question, that the number of votes cast for LD 46 is equal to 3, please?
I can confirm that LD 46 has cast 3 votes.
Great. And then we will leave the discussion to your delegation to make sure that the correct folks are in the room and voting. Thanks. And Alex, I see your hand is still up, so can I assume, I will ask one more time. Has everybody had a chance to vote and they feel satisfied their vote was
No,
complete?
I haven't. I'm voting right now.
Oh, good. Thank you for speaking up,
yeah.
Judy. I appreciate that.
Yeah. I was working on it and then I had to.
It's okay. You can finish up. We're good.
Yeah.
We want your vote to be counted.
Yeah.
Thank you. How did it go, Judy? Are you good? And Rachel Ann? Thumbs up? Thumbs up?
I'm all good. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And Alex, I wonder if on the back end, can you see that those ballots were received? Awesome. Great. We're good to go. Thank you for sharing the count, the ballot count on the amendment to amend the outreach budget.
Yeah, would you like me to share it?
Yes, please.
It was a vote of 19 yeses to 15 noes.
19 yeses to 15 noes. And can you, Kevin, please remind me, this was
Just
a
a majority.
majority vote. 19 yeses to 15 noes, so the amendment passes, correct? Yes, great.
Now the question is back on the budget as amended.
The budget as amended. Thank you. And I don't know if we have only a PDF to display or if we're able to make that adjustment for the display. Diana will be able to tell us, and while she takes a look, I'll ask Hunter if he has a question about the vote we're about to take, which is approving the budget as amended.
I was just going to ask if we could do it without objection and just save time from the ballot.
So
That is in order, definitely.
it is in order, and I think it's a beautiful question, and I love the sentiment and the spirit behind it. I do want to make sure that everybody has a chance to see it. Or since we may not be able to amend a PDF, which is what's prepared, perhaps I should ask, are there any, hi Kat, you have a question?
I do object to doing, taking a voice vote for the budget. I think something like our budget needs to be a recorded vote.
Okay.
Obviously I can be overruled.
Okay, this isn't a vote on how to vote, okay, or objection on that. It's whether we want to approve it without objection.
Correct.
So essentially, the motion would be to approve it. Is there any objection to adopting the budget as amended? If there is, then we have to go debate on it.
So I will make that statement. Is there any objection to adopting the budget as amended? And now if there is objection, please raise your hand or speak up. Seeing that there's no objection to the budget as amended, I can, by acclamation, say that
just without objection.
The
budget is adopted without objection.
Thank you. I appreciate that because I think I get that confused often. That our budget is then adopted without objection. The budget work is done. There we go. There's that. That is great.
Back to the agenda.
Enjoy that. Yes. Thank you, everybody. And back to the agenda, we have a few items remaining. One is from our PCO chair, Amy Hamrick. Hi, Amy. If you're still in the room, I'd love for you to have the floor.
Thank you, Chair.
May I highlight you, Amy?
Sure.
Thanks.
So I want to make one correction to my report from last month. I misspoke when I gave the night that our monthly PCO meeting is going to be. It is going to be the second Tuesday of each month. And we had our first one this month in March. So going forward, it will be the second Tuesday. So I apologize for that. And the only other thing I have is a couple of slides. I apologize. Well, I was going to apologize. I didn't have them all made, but this actually makes it quicker. So probably is better.
No apology necessary. We extend our gratitude.
So I just want to share with everybody the plan for recruiting PCOs. Filing week is May 4th through the 8th. So, if I can get this to work. Oh, there we go. We're going to be doing 3 different types of recruitment. The first one is text banking, which is going to start tomorrow and run through the 31st of March. And we will be targeting, well, I take that back. I will go over that a little bit more in just a second. But that text banking is starting tomorrow. Then we are going to be doing 2 types of Zoom events. In April, we will have 2 to 3 Zoom trainings that cover what is a PCO. Those will be offered specifically to the people that we are texting, but they also will be advertised, and LDs are welcome to invite their members to it as well. And then during filing week, 2 or 3 evenings during that week, we will have help desk hours. So if anybody has questions while they're filing to run as a PCO, we can help them with that as well. And then our Volunteer Palooza event that we've been talking about is officially scheduled for, and that's, crap, I'm so sorry, that is a typo, April 25th, not the 26th, the 25th, Saturday from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. I apologize. This is what it happens when I try and do slides. Well, I'm sick and have a sick kid. So April 25th, 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the King County Library Service Center, which is in Issaquah. I will be emailing the LDs tomorrow to invite them to have, each LD will be invited to have a table there. And then we hope that they will invite their memberships as well. So we will be talking to attendees about becoming PCOs as well as other volunteer opportunities with King County Dems. So the text banking that we're doing this week, we're going to be texting strong Democrats. They'll have a minimum DNC support score of 95. We're going to be specifically targeting unstaffed precincts in LDs that have less than 50% of their total precinct staffed. So our goal is to text 40 to 60,000 Democrats. We're hoping to get an overall 15% response rate from those texts, and our goal is to increase those LDs that are targeted by 20%. And this slide has the correct date. Volunteer Palooza is April 25th, 11 to 3 at the King County Library Service Center in Issaquah.
Looking forward to it, Amy. Thank you. Can you describe for us who all we want to see that day?
Yeah, so like I said, we are hoping that the LDs will have will come and have tables there. Preferably their PCO chair, their LD chair, any other e-board members that would like to come. And we want, hoping specifically to have volunteers from the community that aren't currently PCOs or aren't currently doing a lot of volunteer work to learn how they can get more involved with their LDs and with King County as a whole.
And as another,
and we also are going to be distributing Pride shirts that have been ordered. So when you order your Pride shirts, you have the option of paying more and having it shipped to you, or paying nothing in shipping. And the Volunteer Palooza will be one of the places where you can pick up those shirts that you've ordered.
Awesome. Thank you, Amy. Thank you. I see you have a question, so I'll leave you spotlit until your question from Rachel's answered. Hi, Rachel, you have the floor.
Yeah, could you repeat the filing deadlines?
Yeah, so PCOs, every single person who wants to be a PCO, whether they currently are or not, has to file during filing week, which is May 4th through the 8th. It ends, I believe, at 5 p.m. on the 8th. You'll be filing through the King County elections website. And so even if you have been a PCO in your precinct for 20 years, you have to file to remain elected to that position. And if more than one person files to run in the same precinct, then all of those candidates will be on that precinct's ballot in August during the primary.
Copy that. Thank you.
Beautiful. Amy, thank you very, very much. That was really nice and speedy, quick, and chock-a-block full of information. I appreciate your help. Next up is our endorsements chair and vice chair, Kat Pipkin and Dean Rodenbow, to speak with us about endorsements.
Okay, I will jump in and just give us a few headlines this evening. The endorsement committee is active as ever and underway. We had 2 kickoff orientation meetings, one on Saturday the 21st and one just last night. Video will be available for those unable to attend if they want an orientation to the committee's work. 2 things we need from anyone who plans to be a part of the endorsement committee is they need to sign the confidentiality agreement and the conflict of interest form. And if by any chance there is still an LD that has not submitted the names of your committee members, please mail them to endorsements leadership as soon as possible. And there is some urgency because our candidate interviews begin Monday, March 30th. So a week from yesterday, we will be kicking off with races for the U.S. House of Representatives. And on our first evening, Congresswoman Suzanne Delbeni and Kim Schreier will both be interviewed. So it is a big night for the endorsement interview team. We hope that we will have a very strong turnout from each of your LD representatives. We're also actively in the process of scheduling the interviews for the next several weeks. We're focusing primarily on Monday evenings from 6 to 9 and Saturday mornings from 10 to 2. And we will do occasional Thursday interviews as well. A quick shout out to Andrea Ornelas from the 31st and Holly Hill from the 11th. Andrea is taking the lead on candidate scheduling, and Holly is serving as our member liaison, and we couldn't do it without them, and we're so grateful for their participation. The last thing that I will mention is the leadership team has established office hours at 4 p.m. on Monday afternoons. If anyone has a specific question about the process, we're there for you, or you can email us on the endorsement committee or reach out at any time. And you can check the calendar in Basecamp on a regular basis to see the precise time of all the interviews. But like in other years, we will be sending you invitations for each of the interview nights if you're a member of the committee.
Wonderful, Dean. Thank you so much. Before I remove the spotlight, help me avoid saying spotlit or spotlighted. I wonder if anybody has questions for the endorsement committee or for Dean. Hi, Mary. Hi, Hannah. Mary, your question first.
Hi, yeah, thank you. So we had kind of a late edition on, I think, March 21st, and I'm looking through my email, and I don't have a record of maybe getting a formal confirmation that that person is on the list. So is there some way, can I look myself to the list just to make sure that all 4 of our people are on there? Or?
How about Dean can shoot you?
Yeah, we can look it up if you give us the names. I know that Adonis is on the list and Jamie Fackler is on the list.
And those were the last two?
Yeah, Jamie was the last one added, so I think that covers it. Yeah, thank you.
Yay, thank you, Mary, and thank you for having 4 volunteers. It's fascinating work. You guys know I love that stuff. I don't have to go on about it. Hi, Hannah, your question is up next.
Hi, my question is about if the interviews are going to be extended again to the LD's endorsement committee. I think we've got 4 folks from our LD who are going to be a part of the county level, but if the forms can be made available for the rest of us to sign. And then for those of us who don't have Basecamp access, or at least don't think that they have that, how might we get them? Thank you.
Sure. Kat, you want to jump in?
Sure. Yes, we are absolutely extending the ability to, sorry, it's pretty late. Okay, let me start over. We would love for LD endorsement committees members to attend as well. That would be fabulous. What we've done is we've been sending invitations to submit forms to the LD chairs, vice chairs, and to your representatives. We also initially sent to whoever we believed was the endorsement committee chair for the LD last year. We can certainly drop into chat the forms. Anybody who has standing to attend the interviews, so that would be anybody who's a representative or an alternate to the county committee, or anybody who's serving on your LD's committee. That would be your elections committee or your endorsement committee, depending on the LD. Just needs to fill out both those forms and you're welcome to attend.
Thank you.
Did that answer the question?
Yes.
It absolutely did. Thank you.
Yay.
Yeah, and I'll drop that stuff into chat. I see several people on the call tonight. If it's okay, Madam Chair, to just say I see several folks on the call who haven't submitted forms yet, but Rachel has, and Rachel went to orientation. Thank you, Rachel. So those of you who are actually members or alternates to the committee would love to have your forms so that, you know, when that exciting interview comes up that you want to attend, you won't have any barriers to getting in the room there. That also gets you access to Basecamp as well as to things like questionnaires.
Thank you, Kat. And let's answer Rachel's question. Rachel?
Yeah, this is hitting home for me. Like I'm on the endorsement committee, and yeah, it was amazing. It fired me up. My question is for those on my yeah, I love that. I love what you're doing there on the Zoom. It's so cool. The little emojis are so cute. Anyway, so what you mentioned there's a video like for like the orientation. Is that what I'm hearing correctly? So maybe I just want to know how I can access that video in order to like share with others who may like have not and on the committee that may have not attended the meeting.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, so we did record last night's session, Rachel, and we're gonna just trim that and make it available probably by this weekend, honestly. There's a lot going on leading up to No Kings on Saturdays. So it'll be this weekend. And we'll certainly get that out to everybody and make that accessible to everyone.
That sounds great.
Thank you for the nudge, though. I appreciate it.
I'm ready to roll up my sleeves and get to work.
Love it. Love it. Love it so much. Any other questions for our endorsement committee? Seeing none, you're unspotlit. Thank you, Kat. And that means that we are moving on to new business. And I believe at one point we did have new business coming to the room, and I wonder if it's still here. So if anybody has new business, please raise your hand and be recognized. Hi, Josh. Thank you for raising your hand. What is your new business tonight?
Hi, thanks, Beth. So for those who don't know, the Code of Conduct Committee and the inner group here is essentially consisting of the chair, the vice chairs, and 4 members at large that represent geographically North King County, East King County, South King County, and Seattle. And so at the moment, we have a vacancy for our member at large for North County, which will be the King County portions of, and this person just has to live in North King County. It doesn't have to be someone from an LD or someone who is in this organization. They just have to live in the first LD, 32nd, 45th, or 46th. And really what we look for in this person, especially, is if they have a background in conflict resolution, mediation, that kind of thing. We're really looking for people who have the skills and the experience to understand issues that come before the Code of Conduct Committee, so we can work through them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and I'll put an email in the chat here for suggestions if anyone knows anyone or etc.
Don't go too far, Josh. I have a question for you. Sure. I think that in order to have this vacancy, we need to officially, by vote of our executive board, remove the person who had previously held that seat but is vacating it. And so I think we need to, you need to ask for that
Sure.
vote, and I can see if there is any objection.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, I would motion that we, or I move that we replace the North. That's not going to work. I motion that we remove with the intent to replace the current North King County representative for the Code of Conduct Committee, who is Catherine Creason, and I think that takes a 2/3 majority to do. So,
And
I'm
I'd love some advice on how we might do that, and state that in a parliamentary appropriate way. So Kevin, can you help us?
I move to declare the chair vacant, to remove the present occupant. You know, and then do it by unanimous consent. Is there any objection to removing and declaring it vacant, and then have an election?
Thank you. Josh?
Yeah, what he said.
Okay. Josh's motion is to declare this seat vacant and
Actually, to remove the present member.
to remove the present holder so that we may declare the seat vacant. And I see a question from Judy. Hi, Judy.
Yes, I'm not questioning the merit of it. I'm just wondering what the reason is.
Sure. Essentially, we've just fallen out of contact with this person. We've made several attempts to reach out to them over the past 6-9 months to no avail.
Okay,
so that's
they're
really
just not available then.
Correct.
far as I'm aware.
It's certainly in order. Then it's certainly in order to replace them. Thank you.
Thanks, Judy. Excellent question. It's one of those complications. And because we, as Kevin has pointed out earlier, we're removing the rights of a member, that we do need to vote on that by 2/3.
Well,
No, doesn't need 2/3.
Oh, okay. We just need to vote on that. May I ask if there are any objections to this motion? Any objections? Last chance, seeing no objections. We can, is there a second?
Yeah.
I second it.
There's a second.
We got a lot of seconds. We're good.
We
Thank
did
you.
it backwards, but it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
It did come from my committee.
Seeing no objection, the seat is hereby vacated. And
Madam Chair?
yes, sir.
I would just call for nominations to fill the position.
Yes. I would love to receive nominations to fill this position. And that will remain open. We don't need to make that decision tonight. So please feel free to correspond with me or with Josh Vaughn. There are many of us, and we're very excited to open this position. Hi, Judy. I see you have a hand raised. Is it a question about the merits of nominating, or?
No, it's just a comment. The reason I asked that question is because in the 36th LD, we've got one person we actually want removed because of behavior. We have a second person we want removed. We've got two people, and I think we're going to handle it by just getting somebody to run against them. But that was the basis for my question. Has the person misbehaved, or in this case, she just disappeared? So disappearing is a good enough reason to replace her.
That's correct. Thank you.
Check your bylaws. The LD, check the LD's bylaws, not these bylaws.
Yeah, for your dilemma. And if you do need help with that dilemma, please reach out to me or to Josh. We're very happy to help with that. But in this case, and I saw Lillian's hand pop up, I think we're ready to move on to further new business. And the floor is open. Please raise your hand and share your new business. Dang, I was so hopeful. Yes,
I didn't have new business. I was just inquiring about what specifically what's the responsibilities of that vacant position? And I can email you, Josh, offline. I know it's late, so.
Let's do it.
Hey, no worries.
And
Sure.
there is a description also in our bylaws, and
I will check it out.
And we'll definitely do that. Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lillian. A pleasure. Thank you. Hi, Kat. I wonder if you have new business for us.
I do actually have a piece of new business. I think probably a few people on the call are aware that this Saturday is a No King's Day, where there will be lots and lots of public action that day. What people might not know is that all of our union brothers and sisters and the entire May Day Strong Coalition are banding together to ask people to commit to taking action on May Day. We actually, for Washington State, the form has just gone up by the coalition, and I can drop that link in the chat with your permission for people to make a commitment. And the commitment is no work, no school, no shopping on May 1st. Let's make an economic impact, making a very strong statement to this authoritarian regime that we're, kind of fed up with it on that day of workers' rights.
Thank you for sharing that. And you're welcome to put that link in the chat. I appreciate it. I'm wondering if there's further new business. Any business for us?
Actually, I think we merged into good of the order already.
Okay. In that case, I will say those words. Hi, Julie Conklin. I believe you might have good of the order for us.
Yes, Seattle King County Clinic Free Medical, Dental, and Vision Clinic at Seattle Center, Thursday, April 23rd through Sunday, April 26th. And I will put a link in the chat. It's a wonderful clinic. I volunteered there for a number of years. It's a sight to behold. Thousands of people come through, and it's all free. No need to show any income verification, residency verification, nothing.
Indeed. Wonderful. And at this point, I can add that you almost have to get on a waiting list to assist unless you're a medical professional.
Even then, it was full.
How wonderful.
It was like getting a rock concert ticket. I signed up at like 12:01 the night that it opened up, and then
you
later
are
that
a winner.
morning it was full. Yeah,
that's cool. Thank you, and thank you for raising our awareness so that next year there will be more of us at 12:01.
Mm-hmm.
And if we get to that point, perhaps we can offer more of them in the future.
And you don't need to be a medical person. They look for escorts and interpreters and
people just to refill the snacks in the break.
Yeah, Tim volunteers. He was sanitizing dental clinic instruments, and he is not a medical person at all.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Rachel, I see you might have some good of the order for us.
Yeah, sorry, my words are not wording right now, but I will do my best.
Thank you.
So recently, the Seattle City Council passed a moratorium on the pause of building new detention centers, which would be a stepping stone for essentially stepping stone for fighting back against ICE. And that's important, that is so critical, especially when now there's talk of and there's an increased presence of ICE arriving at airports. We need to take this moment seriously. We need to make sure that we're looking after our community. We need to make sure we're looking after our vulnerable community. We need to be making sure that we're holding our leaders to accountable, making sure that they're passing laws, passing legislation that actually protect us rather than put us in more harm. And being that this is like my first official meeting as an official alt member, I will take this moment to say that I've been reflecting a lot on my role and making sure that I don't want to take what I have for granted. And I also feel like we need to be using this as a point to prioritize what we're here to be building, and think about what kind of future we want to leave for generations to come.
Thank you, Rachel. I really appreciate you bringing our attention to that. Thank you very much. Jamie, I see you have some good of the order for us.
Yeah, sorry. So I live in the Central District now, and just down the street is the Wood Technology Center. So it's part of Seattle Central Community Colleges. And it's a program that's been going on for 90 years. They've taught boat building, carpentry. There's some apprenticeship for flagging, and they used to have a cabinet making program. And it's a very successful program. Folks that they graduate from this program are highly sought after in the trades, and these are living wage jobs, and representing folks that end up going to school, and I've worked with a lot of women in the trades that have gone through this program. So it's a really fantastic program, but it's on the chopping block right now. Seattle Central Colleges is talking about putting the building up for sale and closing down the programs entirely. And so there's a petition right now, and this all just kind of like is recently developing. It's I think it like Thursday, kind of word got out that something was going to happen. There was a meeting Monday. There's going to be another meeting on the 30th about this. But, it's not just Seattle Central Community College's VOTEC programs, but VOTEC programs across the state are going to be in big trouble. So these are conversations that we should be having with our legislators. These are jobs that, that folks that are neurodivergent really are successful in, right? So folks with dyslexia, folks with dysgraphia, in the building trades, this is where folks like that can really plug in and be successful. And that's ironically, that's a population that's disproportionately represented in prisons. So nearly 2/3 of our prison population is folks that have learning disabilities. And this is training for folks, and these are, like Gompers is what it was referred to as, before Seattle Central Colleges took it over, but it's been known as a safe place for women and for minorities and for non-binary folks to really come in and get the skills and be really valuable employees. And again, it opens doors, right? So I'll drop a link for the petition in there to sign, but it's really kind of begs the question, like, if we're in a housing crisis, what are we doing cutting training for the building trades, right, as a state? So appreciate the opportunity to talk about this. And I think we're working on a resolution at the 37th about this, but may want to come back with a resolution next month as well. So
Thank you, Jamie, and thank you for putting something in the chat that's actionable for us. I think many of us would like to support your comments. Thank you. Thank you.
Are you
And-
taking questions? My hand is up.
Yep, and just before you is Aaron Schrader, and then you're up, Judy. Thank you. Hi, Aaron.
Hi. Tonight, Trump's home district in Florida flipped.
Well, there's some good news for our night. Thank you very much. Thank you. And Judy, I think you might have had a question for Jamie. Yes, no? Lost you? Are you still here? Okay, we'll make sure that Judy gets connected with Jamie. That's great.
Wait a minute.
Oh,
Sorry.
Yay, she's back.
Yeah, no, the reason I spoke up right then is because I have a question for James Fackler. Why are they closing those? Why are they closing the program?
well, they're closing them because it's the most expensive. These are the most expensive programs to run in the community college system, right? And they are up against budget shortfalls, right? And so this is in large part a state funding issue. There's sound arguments to be made that that these programs have not been prioritized. And there's not been kind of good stewardship from the deans and the board of trustees on really kind of growing these programs. They're very successful. Folks are lined up. So, but it comes down to money, and it's really like state and federal funding that's the big shortfall here. So
Are you saying that there are more people wanting into the program than there are spots for them?
they've had waiting lists, right? Yeah.
Okay.
And so yeah.
Are there other programs that could be cut in lieu of this that are less useful? If they're trying to pick programs to cut and this is not a good one to cut, are there things that other things that are less useful that could be cut?
Well, I mean, I'd say that, like always, as as someone that's in labor, right? I'd say that management is a great place to cut, right? Let's look at like central staffing levels, and I think that like programs, like that there should be a core level of services provided, and that should always be instructors in classrooms. Right?
Okay.
I mean, I think that I would make those arguments, but I don't know the nuts and bolts of the budget, but I think, this one is kind of the first one to maybe fall, right? And I think that like it's really a funding issue, and it's a priority at Olympia, right? As this is something that we should all talk to our legislators about, right?
Have you
And this
talked
is honestly, like, this is something that we should be talking about in this election cycle with electeds.
Have you talked to the labor unions? I think
We,
the labor union should be made aware of this.
yeah, I've talked to, AFTs, folks are impacted and they're kind of leading the charge on this. I've let some folks at MLK Labor know about this. But again, this all just kind of developed over the weekend, right? So word has kind of gotten out there about this,
Well,
you know,
can you send me a link to a description of what's going on? And I can pass it along.
yeah,
I've got
there's a,
another hat besides this one. I'm a trustee for the Pacific Northwest Labor History Association.
oh, nice.
I'm
So there,
on their board.
okay, so there's an article in the Seattle Times on Monday about this. I think KOW is going to be doing a story, and then I dropped a link for the petition in the chat, and then also, um, if you're on social media, Wood Technology Center is their website as well. So or their handle, on like Instagram and stuff. So
Great. And I've just elevated, although that means drop down, the link in the chat. So it is the most current link. And I appreciate that very much, Jamie. And thank you for taking so many questions and adding so much depth to the conversation. Seeing no more hands and hearing no more voices, I think we can declare that good of the order has concluded. And without any more discussion, yes, will do just that, Scott Aldridge. And without objection, I will adjourn our meeting. Seeing none, good night, everybody.